Shorties.
Hi, Shorty. Fingers crossed, StreamYard's being a little bitch tonight, apparently. Very frustrating when we're professionals here. I'm fucking professional.
She's a fucking professional. No goddamn it.
Miss Shorty, you're muted. Miss Shorty, you're muted.
God, yes.
Endearing, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, fake breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Trial watching, trials and tribulations. It's Camp Shorty calling all nations. What are you drinking? Shall we skip this part? Left or right-handed? Shit, she slid it to the start. She's a fucking professional. Yo, goddammit. You're muted, what? And daring, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, fake breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Psychology corner. Let's learn about stuff. New Miss Shorty music. Calling their bluff. Best chat, best community. We've got the best minds. A safe, supportive sanctuary full of fun and love. Rock out with your cats down. Curse all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say God. She's a fucking professional. Yo, goddammit. You're muted, what? And daring, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, fake breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Hey, Shorties, what's doing, y'all? Get in here, Shorties. Let's fucking go. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty.
Now the fun begins.
Oh shit, Donna, you're screwed. Suck it, Donna. Screw you. You're next. Wendi, suck it, Donna. Why me? Donna, you're screwed. Suck it, Donna. Screw you. You're next. Wendi, suck it, Donna. Why me?
Hi, I forgot to put myself on the stage. Hi, Shorties. It's like, hi, good to see you. Hi. Wow, she went off before I expected her to, and I was pulling my pants up. Hi. Hi, Buster. I'm just getting my glasses. My lights aren't the same light brightness. That's better. Hi, Shorties. It's so good to see you. Let me do the usual preview thing. One for you. One for you, Poppy. There we have it. Happy Saturday, y'all. Sunday here in Australia. Hope ain't fair. Hi. Wait. Hi. Simi, hi. Hidden metadata. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Kathy. Good to see you. Ms. What the fuck? Sup? I better put my glasses on. I'm going to do that squinty thing. Literally doing the squinty thing. Hang on. Pause. Walk and talk chat. We're starting early with the walk and talks. Oh my goodness, y'all. I watched Wendy's testimonies again. Audio is weird. I just unplugged my mic by mistake, and when there it is. Wait, that's not it either. Hang on, hang on. Why is it doing that? Pause. Where's the microphone? Hang in there, chat. Give me a second. I think maybe I got to do that technical thing. Freak. Let's see if we can do this. I bumped my mic when the intro was going on. Let me see. There it is. The dulcet tones of Shorty. How's that? Much better. Thanks, Miss What the Fuck, for letting me know. Hi again. Hi. 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 So, gosh, crunching in stereo over there. I rewatched Wendi Adelson's testimonies from, well, the first trial was Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Magbanua. Sigfredo was the shooter. He pulled the trigger man, in the 2014 murder of Professor Dan Markel. 2 shots to the head. Yikes. He and Katie Magbanua, the middleman, without Katie Magbanua, I don't think this would have happened. So girl should have taken that plea deal, right? Because she's now serving life without parole plus 30, 60. Correct me. It's one of the two. It's a long time. She was offered a full immunity plea deal before all of this. Nope. She was like, no, I'm good. I've got this. So the first trial was Katie Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia. That was in 2019. We're going to watch Wendi Adelson's testimony from that trial. And there's 2 attorneys, defense attorneys, cross-examining. So Wendy's a weirdo. She's like a robot. Wendi Bot is another nice name for her because she just has her wide-eyed, I don't know if it's Valium or acting, terrible acting. And then so Katie, Sigfredo was convicted. Full jury said, no, guilty. Katie, was a mistrial for her in that trial. So the retrial for Katie was in 2022. We're going to watch Wendi Adelson's testimony from that one too. Georgia Cappleman always questioning Wendi. She's very polite and Georgia's almost sweet, crunching, almost sweet to Wendi. A little tentative, I guess, is a good way to put it. In the first one, she gets a little more ballsy in the second one. In fact, Tara Kawass, who is Katie Magbanua's attorney, who's on the witness list for Donna's trial, by the way, sidebar, don't think she'll be called, but we'll see. She goes at Wendi hard. It's so good. So then the second trial, Katie was convicted. Jury said, yeah, no, bye. Lock her up, put away, send the key, throw away the key. We might not get time for the most recent of Wendi's testimonies. She was on the stand for twice as long, or perhaps just me took twice as long to review the testimony. If you would like to watch the testimony Wendi gave in Charlie's trial, which was November 2023, it's out there. I did there's a playlist of Donna Adelson trial prep from last year. We reviewed Wendi's testimony from Charlie's trial in 2 parts, which is in that playlist. So if you want my delightful commentary, that's where you'll find it. If you'd prefer not to have my commentary, how dare you? That's assault. The trial channel has all of Charlie Adelson's trial, as only the trial channel can, edited, defluffed, per witness in chronological order, no lunch breaks, no commentary, just raw court footage minus the breaks. So there's so many places you can see Wendi's most recent testimony, but I have a feeling, hi Bussy, she's going to be on the stand Monday. So I figured we probably should get up to speed with the evolution of Wendy's lies. And if you want some homework, there's the trial channel. Subscribe if you're not already. Oh, such a valuable resource and such a beautiful human. So all the successes for the trial channel. Yeah, we'd better get up to speed because I have a feeling shit's going to get crazy on Monday. Buster's like, I don't care about trials. Just give me cuddles. Hi, Teresa. Lois Cox says, I know very little. Happy you are doing this. Well, thank you. Now, we did, it'd be worthwhile to watch our last weekend's The Road So Far, John Adelson stream, a few hours, can't remember. It's in the playlist. And then last night, when we went over the first day of testimony and the first and opening statements in Donna's trial, there's at the beginning we do a little bit of deep diving. There's some snippets along the way. We found out some tea about Donna's female attorney, Jackie Fulford. So definitely worthwhile. It should be time stamped for you in the next by tonight. But we'll see. We try to get them things timestamped. Hi, Carrie. Good to see you. I said hi to Simi. Madeline Bullet. Hello. Now, Replay Crew. Thank you so much, Simi. Replay Crew, hi. Thank you for joining after the fact. Love you to drop a comment after you've watched or throughout. Timestamp and say, hey, this, that. Wow, Wendy. Wow. But if you'd like to watch the live chat replay while you're on your handheld device, tablet, iPhone, Android, all you need to do is go to the couple of little dots at the top right of the comment tab, and if you swipe left, it gives you the option to watch the live chat replay on your device. So that, what else? Have you hit the like, everybody? Bluebird's here. Hello. Yeah, definite tea, Lois. We were like, oh. Wendy's a trip for sure. Okay, now let me get. What am I doing? It's like a brand new day every time I hop on a live stream. I'm like, how do I do this? We've got this. Now, let me just check because I've got the tabs here. I want to make sure I've got the right one. It's this one, FSU Law Professor. So that one. Okay, now different judge in this first trial. I can't remember his name, which is horrible. I'm sure Ms. What the Fuck will fill me in. Hi, Thomas. Good to see you. Now, before I go any further, tiny bit more housekeeping. After this stream, I don't know how long it'll take, a few hours, 3 hours. If you're interested, Shorty, hi, I'm Shorty. My whole channel, wait, let me just go back to this. My whole channel was built on, before I live streamed, before any of that, the Charlie Adelson trial is what inspired me to start become a content creator. Before that, I was just like a chatter, like most of you guys in live streams and being a viewer. Charlie's trial was ripe with clippable moments. So I have a playlist, which is called Justice for Dan Markel, which is basically 86 shorts, YouTube shorts, Shorty shorts from Charlie's trial, and then a couple also from these other two trials that we're going to look at Wendy's testimony from. After this stream, we're going to spend a couple of minutes on YouTube, and then we're heading over to Kick, and we're going to have a watch party of all of my shorts. We can't, there's no way to say that. That doesn't sound sus. We can't watch them on YouTube because there's music to them. Weird. You can use music in YouTube shorts that is from the like the last, I don't know. YouTube says here, use all of these songs for your shorts, but no, don't play them on a live stream. So it is stupid, Bluebird, like dumb and annoying. So anyway, Kick is very fun. So we'll head over there after this, and it will be available on replay for about 4 weeks if you'd like to watch them. 87 shorts is like an hour and a half worth of shorts. So we'll do that. Okay, enough of talking from me. Okay, Georgia Cappleman, Queen. If you're in green, if you're a member, there are like a little shorty or a big shorty. There are Georgia Cappleman, Queen, Georgia. Members only emotes. Feel free to drop them. We've got a Dan Markel up in the top right corner, the victim in this horrific, senseless crime. He's there in our members only emotes. And work for me, mouse.
Somebody get in the witness.
Yes, sir.
We'll go down a little. That wasn't me. So we'll watch the little. Okay, wait. Sorry, pausing already. The thing I like about raw court footage, and don't get me wrong, it's fantastic to have the trial channels really condensed stuff. But it's kind of fun to hear and see the goings on in the courtroom that are the hot mikey kind of moments. So that's why I haven't queued it up to just the testimony, because this is kind of interesting. So behind Georgia there on her left, as you look at the screen, that's Sigfredo Garcia's attorney. He seems to have a mad hard-on for Charlie Adelson. He froths over him. It's very odd when it's in this testimony for Wendi. Yikes. Anyway, that. Keep an eye out. I'll get closed captions happening too. Thank you all for being here. Can't believe we're actually. Oh, Heyyy, hello. Good to see you, Heyyy. I've been practicing your name still. I love you.
We had it set for 4. I believe that Miss Adelson will be along with
I'm
it.
gonna move these closed captions.
Why would she be?
Oh, hi.
Except we looked at a lot of questions from the state, from Miss Adelson.
Everybody beat in the audience, beat you. Ms. Cappleman, you expect this to be lengthy, would you?
No, sir, but I think she'll probably be at least 45 minutes.
We have a court reporter that we might take. It's waiting to begin in about 10 minutes.
Stephanie Blabbity Blah's here. Lurking.
No, you see. I mean, I'm not overly
Judge
concerned
J.
about the
Wow.
deposition being a little bit late, but have you, is her attorney
Sorry.
here?
Wow. We're starting off with me fumbling over the thing. So it's Judge James Hankinson. He's lovely. He features in one of my shorts, YouTube shorts.
I do not know the answer. All I know is that I made arrangements for Ms. Adelson to testify. I'm going to have. No, I think you're asking about Mr. Rivera's attorney. Right? Oh,
Adelson.
I'm sorry.
So I'm sure you all know. Let me just turn it down a little.
We need
I
to
won't
have some
stop it
discussion
long.
about immunity.
I'm sure you all know, but if you're not, Wendi Adelson infamously, pause, because this is her attorney. Wendi Adelson infamously wore the same outfit completely for both of Katie and Magbanua's trials. The first one, her hair is immaculate, and you'll see that here. I wonder if there's a filter on this. Obviously, there's not. The Botox was banging in this one. She's gorgeous looking. I say that like begrudgingly. So Wendi has derivative use and use immunity, which means that whatever the state asks her, whatever answers she gives, cannot be used against her to prosecute her. She's an unindicted co-conspirator, right? So her attorney comes. So Wendy's an attorney, yes. She was an immigration lawyer. I'm not sure if she's practicing or if she's ever practiced in court. I have a feeling she's not a trial lawyer. So her attorney comes up here now first before she comes on the stand to something immunity.
Should I call off my report? I'd like to mitigate costs, and I don't think that we'll be able
Wait a
to.
little while.
I don't think we'll be able to complete the deposition today, then, because we're going to lose the reporters at 6.
Come on up, man. Place her under oath, please. And could I get your name for the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
At the podium.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's John Lauro, Lauro, and I'm counsel for Ms. Adelson.
All right. And it's my understanding that the state is requesting the court to compel Ms. Adelson's testimony. Is that correct, Ms. Cappleman?
Yes, Your Honor.
And based on
Georgia.
that, Ms. Adelson, testimony you provide and anything derived from this testimony will not be used
Hey,
against
guys.
you, but you will be required to answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, sir.
All right. Has Secretary,
I was muted. Xanax or startled, I don't know, cosmetic surgery, all of the above? Let me know.
She said about 45.
I'll adjust the volume again.
After theirs, it was a prostitute.
No. We're gonna finish today with this witness.
I understand, I don't believe they would be able to do the deposition.
That's up to you.
Okay, so Miss What the Fuck has told me Judge Hankinson retired in 2020 and passed away from brain cancer in 2023. He was 70. So this courtroom was named after him. Thank you, Miss What the Fuck. R.I.P. Judge James. She's next, though. Head up.
Everybody be seated.
Head up.
Proceed, Ms. Cappleman.
2 weeks after Donna's convicted. Mark my words. Stick a pin in it. Wendi is wearing orange and silver bracelets. Stuck it,
All right, please
Wendi.
introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know,
Mike, just a little bit. if
Yes,
you would,
please. The
ma'am.
court background
All right.
noise
I'm an
is
attorney.
vile.
how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at
I don't
FSU Law
Hubby's
School.
going to be
Okay, and
entitled.
were you a member of the Florida Bar at that time?
I was.
But could be.
And did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
Hi, Debbie.
When
good
did
to
you
see
meet him?
We met in 2004.
Michaelis.
Okay. And when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
Purple. Thank you so much, baby doll. Purple. I mean, to match
you ever live
your
in Tallahassee?
avatar.
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you first move to Tallahassee?
We
Hi,
moved to
Veronica.
Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year. So from 2005 until the summer of 2006, and then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job, he got a job at FSU Law School.
All right, and what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School. And it
Slow
didn't
her
work
down
out.
a little bit.
All
We
right.
don't want to.
So both times it was for
We want to
his
get the full
employment?
effect.
Yes,
Okay, did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right, and did you live on
Cool.
Trescott Drive?
Lol.
We did.
She did not like living in Hiawassee Springs.
That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay, and do you have family members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently? Or you can just tell us.
I live in Miami-Dade County.
Now.
And what about your parents? Where do they live?
Look at the cost.
They currently live in Miami-Dade
Thank you
County.
so much.
All right, and what about
Thank
your
you,
brother,
Mary.
Charles Adelson?
He lives
Charles.
in Broward County.
Charles.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have two children.
What are their ages?
They are 10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay, both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markel?
Yes.
Fascinating is the word.
How are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office. My dad is a dentist, and my brother Charlie is a periodontist.
Oh, allegedly. Pause.
And does your
Sorry, allegedly. Was it EDB? Yes, it was on EDB. Emily D. Baker. She was the last, I think it was Donna's final pre-motions hearing sort of stream in the last week. EDB was saying that she wonders, because usually periodontists don't refer to them as oral surgeons, because to call yourself a dental surgeon or an oral surgeon, you need to have actually done a doctor's degree to, it's not just a dentistry thing. And rarely and Charlie refers to himself as both. So EDB speculated that perhaps Charlie was, and no shade on dentists, but purely a dentist. Sidebar, his graduating from dentistry school was couched by Harvey Adelson, bit of money to make it happen because he wasn't the best student. There's some tea for you. But EDB wondered whether perhaps Charlie was a dentist doing periodontry. Is that the word? Yikes. Pure speculation. Does it matter now? No. Charlie's in prison forever and ever. Amen. But that periodontist. Oh.
Does your family have a dental practice in South Florida
They do.
that they own and operate?
They do.
Is your family in South Florida wealthy? And that's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy. You may, if you don't know, you say you don't know.
It
Breathe.
depends how you define wealthy.
Fuck off, Wendy.
Are they millionaires?
No.
Yeah, they have like 10 million. They did. Piss off, Wendy.
Okay. When did you separate from Mr. Markel?
Pause. Did you hear Georgia just then? She's at the very beginning of her journey of spicy, sassy, subtle shade. I'm going to go back by one. Wait. She goes, okay.
No.
Okay. When did you separate from Mr. Markel?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And was part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay.
Kosher style.
Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9/10/2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
Hi, Holly. Same.
And when you
Punchable.
separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
This is, listen.
Was it your desire during that time to move with children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Yeah,
Are
but
you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay.
right.
And
Monica?
was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right. And were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents,
Yeah.
I don't know.
She will. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
What was the
After
child
Donna's
custody
conviction.
schedule when
Oh.
you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markel continued to live in the marital home on Trescott.
He did.
Okay. What was the custody situation?
Colors, no. Colors ask, is this from Charlie's trial? So no, what we're doing is we're watching, this is the very first trial against these co-conspirators. So this is the very first trial, which was Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Magbanua. I did say this at the start, but for those of you coming in a little bit late, let me go over it again because that's kind of important information. So this is the first time that Georgia Cappleman came up against Wendi in the courtroom. High rate, good to see you. And this was in 2019. We'll see that there are two separate cross-examinations, one from, thank you, Christopher Lacoste, and one from Tara Kawass. It gets spicy. Wendy's an idiot. Then we'll watch the second trial, Katie Magbanua's retrial, not the whole trial, but Wendy's testimony. Georgia gets a little more bold in her questioning. And thank you, Ms. What the fuck. And I don't think we'll have time to watch Wendy's testimony from Charlie's trial. I've already done 2 videos. They're linked in the description box with me saying the same kind of holy shit stuff about Wendi there in that. Well, that was from last year when Donna's trial was about to go ahead in September last year, 2024. It's also out there on the trial channel. So Wendy's testimony we probably won't get to from Charlie's trial, but we're going to do the first 2 so we can see the evolution of her bombastic lying She's a fucking lot.
situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime, it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year, it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date,
Okay.
but that sounds
Bullshit.
about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markel was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember. If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
How very
Okay.
Jen
But
McCabe
in
of
any
you.
event, you were not able to move at that time.
I did not
Mind you,
move.
she's an attorney.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
20
You
seconds
really, you
easily
wanted
hit
to
her.
stay in Tallahassee.
I was happy at my job.
Look at her. She's so Valiumed out and fake as
Okay.
fuck. Too much
Do
fucking
you recall when your divorce,
facelifting.
Mr. Markel, became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay, July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markel to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but
Oh, wow.
this one was like really unpleasant, right?
Rewind. Strike.
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Bullshit.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Overruled.
I don't
Remember
remember
that?
that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving,
Yay.
among other things, that had to do with your
Hey,
mother,
you
an
got
allegation
one.
that your mother was disparaging
Welcome,
the
you
children?
shorties.
I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype?
Yeah.
It's hard to
Between
Skype with,
Nice.
with two toddlers,
Skype?
yes.
All right, and in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was an emotion or not.
What does that mean?
Pause. Sorry. Hedda, I have a feeling that Wendy's already screwed. But if Donna directly implicates Wendi, her daughter, in this, I mean, she's already thrown, I mean, that's not to say that Donna wrote Jackie Fulford, her defense attorney's opening statements, but there's been a lot of bus throwing, hasn't there, under the I think the implication of Wendy's involvement is already there, but beyond now getting any sort of plea offer, if she ever was, I don't think she ever was. Good question, Hedda. We'll see, won't we? God, this is the trial.
I mean, non-kosher foods.
Yeah,
So kosher rules
100%.
have to do with the
She's going
separation
down.
of milk
TikTok, Wendi.
and meat, or dairy and meat.
Pause. Sorry, I talked over the top of that. This is kind of important because Wendi tries to minimize very much throughout this the disgusting, I guess, gaslighting.
about-
Sorry, of Professor Dan Markel's reform, faith, his Judaism, very strict, very, very, very serious about his faith, and kosher food. Sidebar, pause, if you're not sure of this one, Wendi and Donna together. So, side quest. At Wendi and Dan's wedding, they had organized for there to be kosher food for many of the guests, including the rabbi who was coming from, I believe, New York, a long way away to preside over the wedding, and and then to be at the reception. Unbeknownst to Danny, in the last couple of days before the wedding and the reception, Donna and Wendi changed the menu to be not kosher food, to just be the menu they wanted, because they're not as strict in the way they oh my God, I don't know the terminology for Judaism. I'm so sorry. Please set me straight with the right parlance that I need. So it's not cool, Lois. So Danny found out, and the rabbi found out, basically the rabbi was already there, the reception kosher. So no, but I mean, yes, Orthodox and Reform, thank you, yes. So so then the rabbi basically married them and then left. This was the very beginning, they were just married, right? This was the very beginning of the undermining of Danny and the respect of Dan, Professor Markel, from Wendi and Donna. Wendi makes a lot of minimization comments about kosher. She says, no, not kosher, but kosher style. And I actually was going to write something about, the rabbi was pissed, he left. Donna pisses off anybody. So I was going to put kosher style in my tweet about this. And I'm like, someone's going to think I'm being rude. No, quoting directly from Wendi. So we'll get there. I'm pretty sure I have a short on it. We're doing that later. A YouTube short.
An allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods. And
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
lack of communication via Skype.
It's hard to
between the
Skype
children.
with two toddlers, yes.
All right.
Good face, man.
And in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was an emotion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
Oh my God, pause. Sorry. No, it wasn't the restaurant's fault. Donna and Wendi changed the menu intentionally. Nothing to do with the reception center or wherever they were having their function after the wedding. Purely by design. Despicable. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I keep double clicking. Apologies.
So kosher
Very
rules
professional.
have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markel?
It was important to Danny.
It was important to him that the children observed that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if
Bullshit.
you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay,
But you
Jen,
don't
okay.
remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that grandma hates you? Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markel was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markel? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Miss Holly?
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markel take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
Ooh.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 80?
Your Honor, could I see what the states of children?
Look at that face. She's like
I don't know if you want to do it now
robot.
or I'm going to request a sidebar.
What's that?
I'm going to request a sidebar on this.
Sidebar.
The letter identified first.
Way too much snatching with the threading facelift for Wendy.
This is State's Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through and make sure this is the exhibit you've reviewed previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com, whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you're communicating with one of them in particular and these emails, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one is from.
That sounds right.
Okay, and Wendi Adelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I ask you to move into evidence. State's Exhibit
We'll go sidebar. Let me give a brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that
Hi,
were
Catherine.
said by Mr. Markel, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove
truth of
that
the
what's
matter
said
is
is
better.
true,
I
but
love that
simply to
face.
show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously, Mr. Markel can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Cappleman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge James Hankinson passed away in
I
2020.
noticed in the emails that your mother referring to,
Brain
who
cancer.
I think is Dan Markel, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Oh my God, this bit.
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him to make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing.
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call
Righto,
him
mate.
that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And Jibbers would be what? How would you spell that?
This is
I
great.
don't know that
Wait.
I ever spelled
Wait.
it out. In the emails, I think it's spelled with a J, but I guess you could spell it with
Wait.
a G.
Georgia.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to.
Ms.
spell it.
Adelson, you had Mr. Markel's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers. didn't you?
I-
That's right.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Do you know anything about whether
Allegedly.
he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
Righto, mate.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe. That's Wendy's stack.
No.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson like Dan Markel? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also, he would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike.
No,
See that look of disdain on her face? She
Did he
went,
mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
no.
yeah, wow. We'll have to wait and see, baby doll.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
Right?
All right. And was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that
Was it
TV
cheaper?
the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
She will.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15.
It's my best recollection.
Oh, she's just so
Did
irritating.
Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markel?
Objection, hearsay. And
Oh.
Your Honor, I just have a standing objection, so I don't keep
You bet.
interrupting. Thank you.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markel, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner where shortly after Mr. Markel's death, where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children
Bullshit.
and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd
Meal of food?
barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night, when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink, and I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table. The only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markel?
No.
Do you have any knowledge
Shit.
other than the statements you said your brother made or the jokes your brother made? Do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home, and my brother introduced me to her. And I think we might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
Let me show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Catherine Magbanua at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us at the beach, yes.
Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay, does Father's Day weekend 2014 sound correct?
So June 2014, that's
Yes, ma'am.
possible.
Poor Jackie Fulford doing this. Oh, no, it was Sarah. It was Sarah Dugan, wasn't it? Batting away the
All right,
gnats.
would it refresh your memory to look at the data associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Ooh, the way she holds her head just sends me like, no. Man,
Take a look at this.
so much facial surgery.
This is this photo. Tell me if you can advise when the photo was taken.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
Close to where your parents were living in a condo?
Yes.
She's so fake,
And
man.
did you say how you know Ms. Magbanua?
She was dating my brother.
So at this time, I asked to introduce States 36.
Is there objection?
None for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
None for Ms. Magbanua, no.
It'll be admitted.
So which one is you?
I'm the one in the middle,
Ugh.
And which one's Ms. Magbanua?
the one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
And this one's her friend?
Yes.
Ms. Magbanua's friend.
Yes.
Haley, thanks, girl.
I should show you one more photo.
You're in the drawer.
This is photo
Miss
37.
Shorty merch.
That's this photo?
I don't recognize that photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
All right. This is
You
Katie
think?
Cappleman family.
Yes.
Bitch, please.
Very accurate photo of the two of them when, I guess, around the time of their dating.
That looks right.
Judge, this time I'd ask you to States 37.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that issue in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken. So I would object.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, 4
Yes.
months.
Okay.
Mwah, from South
And was that the
Africa to South
context
Africa.
in which you became acquainted with her? Was through your brother?
Yes.
Do you know when they began seeing each other, your brother and Ms. Magbanua?
I have no idea.
Like,
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Ms. Magbanua was a serious relationship?
I know.
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's
Ooh, the
over the
shade.
years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay, he's a guy that
Yes.
has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Catherine Magbanua?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child
They
with someone
contact
now?
Haley.
He does have a
Contact.
child.
How old is your brother?
43?
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Thanks, girl.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down for his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but it would
I
be
may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week and that I went down for my dad's birthday, but I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th?
It is.
What month?
Of July?
Man, that is worth. Oh my God. Good. Sorry, Wendy. Sorry, Wendy. I paused you with your eyes closed so we can't see your gloriously beautiful blue eyes. Madeline Bullitt says, also Bullitt, love it. Telling Haley she's very proud of those eyes. Even the clerk at ABC Liquors in Tallahassee commented on them and she brought it up in the police interview. Spoiler alert, they're contacts, but yeah. Haley, how do you buy a subscription membership? If you go to, are you on it's a way. I'll get the mods to explain it to you. But if you're on a computer or a laptop, it's easier. If you're on an iPhone, it's tricky. But there should be a join button on my home page if you're on an Android or a computer. There's other ways. Sorry, Wendy. Not sorry, Wendy.
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And how
To visit
Amy
his
Adler.
girlfriend.
Amy.
how
Adler.
old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972, and he died in July of 2014. Before his birthday is in October. He was 41.
41 years old.
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Ooh. Okay, Jennifer
And-
McCabe.
And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Jibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did.
I'm going to pause for a moment there. Sorry, but I just saw a question from Hedda. Does anyone know if the kids see their dad's parents? No. So Ruth and Phil Markel have only seen the boys less than 3 times in the last 11 years. In fact, Ruth Markel went to, there's Wendy's beautiful eyes. Ruth Markel ended up, because the Markels live in Canada. Danny was from Canada. So Ruth Markel, because of that grandparental alienation, Wendi and Donna put a hard stop in there. They changed the boys' names from Markel to Adelson. Ruth Markel actually lobbied and got legislative change so that in Florida, so that grandparents from out of state have more rights to see their grandchildren. And I believe it's called the Markel law. Am I right, chat? So no, it's tragic on every level. The ripple effect in these selfish motherfuckers. Thank you for asking, though.
The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so
Markel
I
law, yes.
provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes.
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify.
Yes.
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
I'm going to approach and show you States Exhibit 175. 175.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone call so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
She's infuriating.
Say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay. So you listened to another phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on it.
That's right.
And when you initial next to the highlighted portions, okay, I guess I should say, the calls are listed by letter and number, each call. And then I have highlighted the names that I'm asking you to authenticate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call, does that signify that you were able to authenticate with the highlighted names on that call were the voices of those people?
Correct.
Okay, so namely Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 175.
No objection, Mr. Garcia.
She makes my blood boil, I swear to God.
I
Your
can't,
legal objection.
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you'd like to handle
State
it.
your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevance at this point, that's improper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. No, it states exhibit 175.
Like
I
I'm
wanna
sitting
talk
here
about
all
your
like
location on the
tense
day
and-
of Mr. Markel's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Yes,
Okay. And if that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch. So I guess I was home until that time. That sounds right.
All right.
Laura,
So
I
it seems
didn't
like
say
kind of
hi to
around
you before.
lunchtime, about
Lurk away.
half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then shortly after that at 12:29, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right. And when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to
Melanie.
lunch?
No, I
Hi,
stopped
Chris.
and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for
Look,
it was for a
dead.
not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them
Like a stock the bar party.
stock the bar party. I forgot. what it's
Right.
called.
Okay.
And
Pause.
do you remember
Sorry,
what type
pause,
of
pause,
bourbon you
pause.
purchased?
I don't.
So if you've been with me in Camp Shorty for a while, you'll know that anytime we watch any testimony, and by golly, we've watched a lot, anytime anyone does these hand gestures, I'm like, just take note of the Wendi Adelson hands. Because whenever Wendi is overemphasizing, she uses her illustrators, these hands, a lot. It is off the charts. You won't be able to unsee it from Wendi anymore. So we're coming to the core issue of over illustrating things for emphasis to be convincing. And you won't be able to unsee it now in any witnesses ever, ever, ever again. Amen. Lying.
Does bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe it was.
All right.
They had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Chuck
Okay.
your ideas in the
And
chat.
do you
chat.
recall
Who would
where you
class as
went to
Wendi?
purchase the
The
alcohol?
devil?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. And did you make any stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive?
No,
Yeah.
I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Trescott.
The shortcut.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay.
See the hands?
And then you went from the liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Yes.
All right. And what restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic.
Mosaic.
Yeah, man. Mosaic.
Have you seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car.
Minivan. Just a normal mom.
That looks like bourbon. Yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markel was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers? Yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money.
It felt like a lot of money to me.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Do you remember
Hayyy.
your mom suggesting a plan to offer
girl.
Danny $1 million to
Welcome.
allow the relocation
Thank
of
you
you
for
and
being
the
a
children
big
to South Florida?
Objection,
Wait.
hearsay.
Pause.
Overruled.
I talked over the top of that. Hayley, thank you so much. You got all the fun stuff. Members only emotes. I'll go back because I talked over that. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm a professional. Okay. Now, pause again. We have Wendy's shortcut here. Thank you, Ms. What the Fuck. We went over this when we did the road so far live stream last weekend in Camp Shorty. But this right here, I'm going to bring you up to Ms. What the Fuck. Hi.
Hi, sorry, my neighbors are mowing their lawns. I don't know.
That's okay. We are regular people doing regular things. So I'm going to move you on move me on the screen a little bit. Hang on. Now, can you please? Are you able to zoom that or no?
Let's see. We'll find out.
Yes. So this is a little bit less, perhaps. This is the shortcut that Wendy. Let me put that again. This is the shortcut that Wendy took. So up here. No, Ms. What the Fuck will do the dots. So up here, let me get my other screen going as well so I can see it. So this is where Aqua Ridge Way, where Wendy lives, 3303. That's where she was coming from. So over to the far left is the restaurant that she had a lunch date with the girls. And that's the route she could have taken. However, the shortcut Wendy took was to go on the purple road all the way down, took a little detour. I'm going to move myself. Hang on, I might make myself small. Let me put myself over the other side so we can. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Thank you. So Trescott, where Dan Markel was killed, is the yellow there with the cursor around. Wendy took a little extra shortcut down Trescott, and then oopsies, turn around and go back, and then go to ABC Liquors, which is down the bottom there, to buy her bullet bourbon for the Stock the Bar party, where actually right a couple, not very far at all from where Mosaic, the restaurant that she was having lunch at, was Publix Liquors. So,
Market
well,
Square Liquors was right next to that too.
yes. So that's sus. I want to say this.
Well,
Thank you, Ms. What the Fuck. So when Wendy's saying she just took a shortcut, and what are you talking about? I went there because that's where I go and I was familiar with that. Okay. I'm not sure about that. Let's go back to testimony. Thank you, Ms. What the Fuck. So there you get a visual. Chat.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
You did, Hayley.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened,
Thanks.
and then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No,
Hi, Jeannie. Good to see you.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
so after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did you
And-
ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
Yes.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
Okay, Wendy.
And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same
weirdo.
day as the funeral service for your husband?
No,
Was it the day after?
it might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Oh,
Did you
everything
change
about
your
it, Carrie.
children's last name from
Mm.
Markel to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So after Danny died, there was a lot of
Ooh.
press coverage,
Righto, Wendy.
and CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I
I thought,
appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their name?
when they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe.
And
And
was
then
that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
it was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay. And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment
She never
like you
does,
would in
Ellie.
the normal beginning of the school year.
That's right.
Okay. And did you also eliminate your older son's middle name
When I legally changed their names, I did.
and you just dropped that from the name?
Oh, Micah.
Okay.
Trust you. Hey,
And
Micah.
that
Good to
was
see
a
you.
name that came from Dan Markel's deceased maternal grandmother. Is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Aaron Adelson. And the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Okay.
So we lost an honor to both families.
Yep. Full custody.
Thank you. No further questions.
Garcia.
Okay, so it gets spicy now. These guys grill her. This is Christopher Lacoste, Sigfredo Garcia's attorney, I believe. Maybe it's Tara Kawass.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Baby doll fact.
Charlie's your older brother or younger brother?
I'm the
Oh my God.
youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brother.
Pausing for a moment to say she starts now because she has a man in front of her, Christopher Lacoste. She starts batting her eyelashes more. She purses her lips more. Like, girl. But I have a feeling Chris has a hard-on for Charlie. If we'll get there, just pay attention to her change of demeanor, to work her magic per Micah.
The brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school,
He did.
college,
He did.
dental school.
He did.
So he has
Thanks, Haley. Yeah, we
a
are.
substantial educational background.
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would
Harvey
potentially
paid
be-
his way.
What about
Come on
street
now.
smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types of friends?
He has a lot of friends.
Would you say, well, are there certain friends that he goes out nightclubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about nightclubbing.
I mean, same baby doll. No shade
Well,
there.
when
No
you have
kink shame.
when he has social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids. But I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to the club to these social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's, I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
So your single brother, pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's Santa.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good looking guy. Never been married, right?
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
He
let me-
likes
let me-
cars. Like
He has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
he drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question
Moving
was,
on, Haley,
did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
It was big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it was.
So you're telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine. I drove a minivan.
Okay, so I have a theory about this. Walk and talk chat. Wendy knows full well what sort of car Charlie drove. I'm sure he yammered on and on and on about his big social status shit, right? Bravo, Charlie. How's jail? How's prison? But so if you watched The Road So Far, I talked about the fact that, and I'm pretty sure Jeffrey Lacasse will talk about it also. He will testify to it. But Wendy tried to frame Jeff for this, allegedly. Jeffrey Lacasse was leaving Tallahassee at a little bit after, was scheduled to leave Tallahassee on a driving trip to Tennessee for work about lunchtime on the day that Professor Markel was killed. Jeffrey Lacasse happened to drive a very similar shaped and color, smallish sedan car as that which the murderers, the hitmen, rented, which was a silverish green, light-colored silverish green Prius. Actually, Jeff decided, and Wendy went to great pains to talk about, to confirm with Jeff, even though they were technically broken up or breaking up, much to Jeff's chagrin, Wendy was very, very insistent on making sure to find out Jeff's exact planned departure time in his car. He actually decided to leave the night before and get the journey out of the way. So he was out of town and was able to confirm that with alibi and receipts and stuff. I think it was a Walmart receipt? No, Target? Can't remember. Somebody will tell me. So Wendy's saying that she doesn't know about cars and she drives a minivan and you've seen mine. Is that plausible deniability? She's covering her ass. How would I know to tell Charlie, to tell the hitman to hire this particular car? Because I don't even know about cars. Who, me? Toss. I'm just a girl. I don't know about cars. Okay, Wendy.
Well, but you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother. No, I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it was a Porsche or if it was a Ferrari. It was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So you have a pretty successful brother,
She's
right?
torture.
He's successful. Yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay. Handsome guy, in good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot
I mean,
or South Beach?
I'm sure. I mean, I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
Just murder and shit, right? Just hitman and stuff.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where's that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, and Lincoln Road's in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
Oh, yes.
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
Yes, he did.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
Yes, he
I'm
did.
not aware of my brother using illicit
Yes,
drugs.
he did.
And the fact that you're not aware if he used it doesn't mean he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach and Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
Look at her. What? I'm just a girl. I'm so confused. Why am I even here?
I don't know if it's
Oh.
Magbanua.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Tara Kawass goes hard.
Good afternoon, Ms. Adelson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You
It's
nervous?
like the Valium's
Am I
really
nervous?
kicking
Yeah,
in now.
nervous.
Okay. Now you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer.
I am a lawyer.
Lol.
So you understand that the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes,
You know the consequences of not being truthful here,
of course.
and you also have a separate obligation as an attorney to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Pause. Hidden metadata. Good question. I am still new to this case, and but what exactly is it that you guys think Wendi did? Okay, so Wendi emailed with Danny on the morning before to confirm where he would be and what his schedule would be that morning. She confirmed that he was dropping off the children to their preschool, that he was then going to the gym, and that he was planning to go home after that. She knew which gym he worked at. She knew the time he was dropping off the boys. Wendi then allegedly, definitely, conveyed that information to Charlie, who told it to Katie Magbanua, who told it to the hitman, and that's where they were, and they were spotted in the car park of Premier Fitness Gym. Wendi also drove by Trescott. We showed that map before, which was absolutely not a shortcut to where she was headed that day, which was a very short drive over to Mosaic Restaurant to lunch with the girls. Instead, she drove 10 miles out of her way, round trip, to go to the ABC liquor she was familiar with to buy bullet bourbon that she could have purchased next door to the lunch date place, and pulled all the way up to the crime scene tape to to see whether Danny's body had been found yet. So she was complicit and aware of the planning and, pardon the pun, execution of this murder. There's other things, but I guess that's the crux of it. And they're the issues that Charlie had post-conviction when talking with Donna on the phone on the jail calls. Sorry, I'm squeezing my hands like white knuckling with this. Yep, the TV diversion, absolutely. The TV appointment was to give her an alibi, but she fucked it by her curiosity getting the better of her and driving past the crime scene while first responders were still there. So I guess there's a bunch of things we'll find out in trial, but hidden metadata, good question. And people who say they don't have enough to get Wendi, no, she's going down. Georgia's just needed to have Wendi testify in each of the trials, and Wendi has done fantastically, as we're seeing. Not an impeachment to be found. Lol.
Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No,
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson.
She is.
Where is she right now?
Jail.
Right now, she's with my children
Not in Tallahassee.
in Miami.
Okay, she's not in jail.
No,
She's never been arrested before.
no,
Okay.
She
She's not
is
even
now.
testifying in this case.
April
is she?
did it.
To your
No.
knowledge.
to my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now.
He's
Okay,
not.
but he hasn't been
now.
arrested,
No,
hasn't been charged,
no,
and he's not testifying in this case, is he?
no.
Are you aware if the state has attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
But you know they've received some form of subpoena.
I heard about that.
When is the last time you spoke to your family? Your mom in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on the boys.
Okay, how is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably
No,
last week at some point.
She knew.
Now, you had mentioned that Charlie is a father.
He is,
Trust me, bro.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
it's a boy.
Okay,
He was born in December 2017.
okay. So about I would say that's over a year after Ms. Magbanua's arrest.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know who the mother of that child is?
I do.
Who is she?
You want her name?
Yes.
Her name is Bree Price.
Okay. And is he married to her now?
He's not married.
Are they still together?
Depends on the day.
And do you know if he has any other girlfriends at this
I
point?
have no idea.
All right. Have you been keeping up with the media coverage in this case?
I don't watch any media related to this case.
Okay. So, but you are aware of the attention that has been brought on this case?
I'm aware only because of the constant death threats that I receive. Yeah.
Okay, Wendi.
So just to specify, you haven't watched any of the specials that have been on air about this case?
I have not watched any of them.
Do you know if your parents have watched any of the specials on this case?
I advise them not to. They may have seen bits of them, but I don't know for certain.
What about your
Got
brother
it.
Charlie?
Baby doll.
I don't know.
Did you watch the state's opening statement in this case?
I did not.
You did not.
I did not.
So you're not aware of what the state's theory is in this case?
I'm not.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination something about listening to some recordings that the state provided to you.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you ever listened to those recordings?
Yes.
Do you know what those recordings are about?
There are many, many recordings.
Okay. Did they give you all of the recordings?
I don't know. I listened to what I was given, but I don't know if there's more.
How much time did it take you to listen to the recordings that you were given?
Again, I didn't listen to the entire thing, so probably about an hour to go through all of the recordings
Everybody
and
hates
listen
Wendi.
to excerpts of each of them.
Of each of them. So you're not aware if the state gave you all of the recordings that they provide, that they have in their possession?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Wait,
Did they
what? Hidden
have you
metadata?
listen to any
Who have you
recordings
murdered?
That occurred
Sorry.
before April 19th of 2016.
I-
Sorry, 2016.
So I'd have to see the document to remember the exact date on it. I do remember my birthday's in April, so I remember the dates being close to that, but I don't remember exactly.
Did they ask you to listen to the phone call where Charlie?
Oh, hidden metadata. Don't worry. I'm only throwing shade at Wendi because I loathe her. I loathe her because she's a murderous, narcissistic, self-absorbed, entitled piece of shit. Horrible person. Horrible person. I have no shade on cosmetic surgery. I haven't had it for years, but I had my lips done like in 2019 for the last time. I've had Botox in the past. Do what you got to do. And my boobs aren't real. Like I've got, boob job. No shade on Wendi on those things. All the shade on Wendi because she deserves it because she's a fucking garbage trash human.
Charlie Adelson is talking to Ms. Magbanua about work.
This is
I
2019,
listened
Thomas.
to something.
2019.
So it's fair to say that they only let you listen to portions of the phone calls that they think are important.
I was given conversations and I listened to some of them to authenticate voices, but I don't know. I imagine they thought it was important for me to listen. That's why I did.
Did you listen to a phone call?
Ask your question, don't answer until I rule, please. ma'am.
That will be wrong if the question contains.
Let's go that far. Needed to wake y'all up. Go ahead and explain.
So the question was, Ms. Adelson, did they have you listen to any phone calls where it was a conversation between your brother and your mother, if you were able to identify any conversations like this?
I think I did yes.
Hey, Juju, good to see you.
Now I want to talk about the circumstances surrounding your actual divorce,
Okay.
which I believe you said was finalized in 2013, right?
Yes.
You just left your divorce papers on a mattress of Dan Markel in the house and left town. Is that correct?
No.
How is it that you delivered the divorce papers to him?
I called him to let him know that I wanted a divorce. It wasn't the first time I asked for a divorce, but it was the last time. And told him that I would see him when he got home. Not home, but back to Tallahassee. And then I did leave the papers for him, but I didn't leave town. I was still in Tallahassee.
Okay. So he was actually aware of the like that you were going to be seeking a divorce before you actually delivered the papers to him?
I had asked for a divorce several months earlier.
Okay.
That's when we started going to counseling. And he told me that if I tried to get divorced from him, that I could leave with the clothes on my back and that he would take the kids and that I would be penniless. And so when I actually asked for a divorce, I thought it best not to be there.
Pause. Sorry,
So is
Wendi.
it fair-
Not sorry at all. You'll wait till I'm ready, Mrs. Wendi Adelson. You fuck. No, it's more than that. There's absolutely information that the hitman had that they could not have known without Wendi forwarding that information through the chain of conspiracy. From her to her brother Charlie, from her brother Charlie to Katie Magbanua, from Katie Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy, and they were already there. It's a conspiracy. It's a RICO charge. It's not simple at all. I mean, it's not a RICO charge, but it's a conspiracy. So it's heavily interwoven. Yes, that. Now you can proceed, Wendi. Yuck.
Fair to say that this was not a mutual thing between the two of you, that Danny did not want a divorce?
I don't think he wanted to get divorced.
No shit.
How close is your brother's relationship, Charlie Adelson, with your mother, Donna Adelson?
I think they're close.
Would you characterize their relationship as closer than you are with your mother?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do think they talk more frequently than I do, but I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication.
And you had said on direct that your parents were not happy with Dan Markel's behavior during the divorce.
No, they didn't think he was treating me well.
Was this just Donna Adelson, your mom, or was it both Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I'm sure both of my parents felt that way.
Get
Did
on
they ever
board, man. The
express
trial will
those-
show it.
Those feelings to you?
Yes,
Did they call him names?
yes.
Okay. Did one parent do that more than the other, or
Yes,
was it
colours.
consistent between the two?
I think it was consistent between the two.
Okay. What kind of names did they call him?
Yes, Laura.
I mean, I've had my memory recently refreshed, so I
There are
saw
no
things, but
coincidences.
my memory is, I don't remember name calling, but I did recently see emails where they
Asshole.
called him names.
Fucker. So much name calling. Jibbers. Too
Now,
much name
after the
calling.
divorce, you started dating
I
other
did.
people, right? When is it that you had your first, I wouldn't say serious boyfriend, but your first boyfriend after Dan Markel?
Probably within a month.
Okay. When did he, if you know, did he start seeing anybody else after the divorce?
He did, but I don't know when it started.
And is that Amy or was it some other person?
I know about Amy, but I don't know if there were other people before Amy.
Did you know what, at the time of the murder, do you know what, if any, future plans Dan Markel had?
I couldn't really say about his future plans, but I felt like by then he and Amy were pretty serious and he
colours.
was trying to spend as much time in New York
Two.
as possible.
Do
So
you
many
know if his
things.
intention was to, and it's only if you know, it was his intention to remain in Tallahassee, or do you know if he was planning to leave the state?
I think he always planned on leaving Tallahassee. It was just a question of when.
Okay. Do you know why? Did he have an aversion to Tallahassee, or
No,
just?
it wasn't an aversion to Tallahassee. He was a very ambitious person. And
Mhm.
so from the moment we arrived in Tallahassee, he was always looking for a stepping stone toward a better university where he could teach.
And he took a very special
Loved
interest in what he
FSU.
did, which is,
Get the fuck out of
he's a law professor.
Right.
He graduated from Harvard
She wanted to
and he
move.
studied criminal law.
Right, that was his specialty.
Okay. And did there come a time where you were dating someone by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes,
You know who that
Goat.
is?
I do.
Do you remember when you started dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't remember exactly, but 2013.
Okay. Do you remember how long you dated him for?
I remember it was less than a year, but probably more than 6 months.
Were you dating him at the time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18th, 2014?
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship. And then in late June, we had this big fight. And after that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you
I do.
remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
He
seeing
thought
other people?
he thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up. When was that?
We broke up. It would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide occurred.
Right.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March,
Hmm.
didn't you and Jeffrey Lacoste come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Does it sound,
Ollie,
if I
you're
say
gonna
that was
love
when
it.
he was dating Catherine Magbanua, is that the correct statement or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacoste at a restaurant and with your brother and that Catherine Magbanua was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant, and so I know the restaurant
They're
it has
teenagers
outside
now,
seating.
Gary, so yeah.
And when you met Catherine Magbanua, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend.
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic.
Jeannie, I think, sorry, Wendy, not sorry, doll. I think that's what Wendy will try to claim when she's indicted. But as we've said a couple of times now, there are certain aspects of the planning and, again, sorry, execution of this hit on Professor Markel that only Wendy knew. Only when, and there's a paper trail of Wendy communicating with Dan via email, weird, before, in the morning of, to confirm with him where he would be under the guise of them getting together after he went to the gym, after he dropped the kids off to preschool, so they could talk about the schooling plans for their sons after in person. But she was setting it up via email, paper trail. So absolutely, Wendy knew. Wendy was involved. Wendy assisted in the planning and carrying out of this murder. 100%. Trust me, bro.
Kind of way,
Okay.
not as just a friend.
And am I characterizing Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say,
Lady.
you had said he has lots of girlfriends?
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach, and then we've already now talked about dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No,
Okay. Does Yindra Velasquez Mascaro sound familiar?
no.
Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
No,
Okay. Did you know that Katie has 2 kids?
I did.
Remember Miss Kawass, we're not gonna get a first name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Miss Magbanua had children?
I did know that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Miss Magbanua the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay, so you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markel.
No,
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Miss Magbanua about Dan Markel and your divorce?
it's very possible that I brought it up,
Mhm.
but not,
Nothing stands out.
no, not at all.
Now, I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay,
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markel, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
that's right.
And an overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So it's,
Best memory.
the best way to describe it
I don't
would be,
recall.
if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night, they will sleep at do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markel.
Right.
And then return them to you the next day.
Or return them to school and
Or-
then,
And then you pick them up in the evening.
right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay, so the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right.
Okay, do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your two sons the day before his murder?
No, I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street. No.
You and Mr. Markel weren't on that kind of talking or speaking
wasn't
terms where you
Wendy.
would be at the
Spoiler
Trescott
alert.
home and he
It
wasn't
wasn't
there.
No,
You wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive.
This was debunked after this. The real people that was spotted that looked like Wendy and two young boys, I believe, chat, you can correct me, came forward after the fact and said, no, that was us. That was me and my two children. So that's why she's like, nope, this is where she's actually looking like, what? Okay.
I don't think so, no.
And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to creative preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
6 years ago.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember?
I
Is it
did-
an early morning thing or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Oh, but nothing late, like 11?
I don't think so.
And then what would be the usual time you pick them up in the afternoon?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is
court, there you
sometime
go.
between 3 and 6, I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, you know, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson to Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
Ooh.
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge. So sometime after the fall of 2012. Sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember
A
making
cheap-ass
phone call
TV.
to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Markel's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now, you described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than
Joker.
a talker, but he does
you-
talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that
$300
statement that the state
Shitty.
talked about
Maybe it was.
hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when the statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, you know, during the course of your divorce, or was this after
It would have been when he bought the TV.
when he bought the TV? And that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No,
Okay, so they moved.
they did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property?
No.
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you
So Ison was on the
After I
stand
had
on
left?
Friday.
before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service on Mr. Markel?
He did not call me before I left Tallahassee, no.
Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road,
Okay.
about 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
No.
As the prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Object. Proper question.
Let's go sidebar.
Sidebar. All right, I'll skip through sidebar. Oh, no, actually, it's fun to watch Wendy with her stupid face.
Procedure, Honor? Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Do you
Thanks
know if
to the-
Detective Isom ever
for
tried
clipping
to
it,
reach out
not even trial
to
channel.
your parents?
I don't think he did.
I went and talked over it. Thanks.
Proceed, Your Honor. Okay. Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Just arrested him. Oh, actually, Pat Sanders. Yikes.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
Oh, this is hilarious.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to
Pay
arrest you
attention,
later
chat.
on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Wait.
Do you know if they can?
So Tara Kawass did not know what to say there. I'm going to skip back. Listen, because, and watch Wendy's face. She is so fucking smug. Wendi, she doesn't even understand. She doesn't understand. Like, lol. Okay, so listen to Tara's question. Focus, chat.
That gives you immunity for your testimony
Wait.
to your parents.
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
I have a short with that, a YouTube short. We'll be watching it
Now,
later.
the life insurance policy that the state was asking you about, have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markel?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died. I do think that his family made that disbursement. I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right. All right, and I have, where did you say, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
And you stopped letting Danny's parent or Mr. Markel's parents see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay, do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
Go, Georgia.
How many times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted
That's right.
by you,
By me, yes.
right? And that's not through lack of trying on their part.
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys.
Pay attention.
They very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is the, I'm not sure if it's the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys. Is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All
boys.
right, thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister.
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, for the disbursement to your children?
Can you repeat can you
Okay,
rephrase the
so
question for
did
me?
you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not.
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions.
I need your other questions this way. If you do, right then, we'll go sidebar.
So it goes deeper. That's what she said. It goes deeper. the next testimony, and then further still in Charlie's trial. So, as I said, if you came in a bit later, we won't probably have time for going over Wendy's testimony from Charlie's trial, but I've linked my previous 2 videos covering that testimony in the description box of this video. And there's also the trial channel. You can find Wendi Adelson's testimony in its own special video, timestamped, defluffed. So up to you if you want my hilarious commentary or just the raw court footage.
Ms. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors
Veronica
had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
So over 5 years have passed since Danny died. And I'm
Speak to them.
sorry. So more than 5 years have passed since Danny died. And a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend, and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after your separation and filing for divorce or a month after it was finalized.
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television that had to be repaired?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
Crack. It was decimated.
And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years. And I used to
They live
cook
in
meals for
Canada.
them and arrange play dates. We had sleepovers. And then I found out that, that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency. And I became very worried that they were trying to take my children away from me.
Fact
And
checking
so
Wendi.
after that time,
Lying.
I didn't feel a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Okay. Follow up, Ms. Cappleman.
Go, Georgia.
Your
Get 'em,
reference
girl.
to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yes, it does.
All right, that Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada? Is that correct?
Exactly,
That's correct.
Georgia.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Thank you.
Garcia
Oh, wait.
Magbanua.
Yes, Christopher Lacoste is the next one, Veronica.
And this email about
Thanks,
you, about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Catherine Magbanua was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Cappleman. All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
Good God, no.
But he need her any further?
And you watch her walk out.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Hold on a second, Ms. Adelson.
Hold on a sec, Miss Adelson.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
You remain under their subpoena.
Your
Right,
Honor,
so you-
Ms. Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. May she return home and.
You can communicate with her about any arrangements. If you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
Your Honor, we'll reach out to her attorney when we.
Hi, Wendy. See
All
you
right,
Monday.
Last thing I get this afternoon is probably not what you want.
Okay. So that was the 2019 testimony of Wendi Adelson. Now we're going to, let me remove that from the stage. We're going to play, it's only short, that's what she said, the Oh Shit Donna. It's a minute and a bit as a little brief interlude. So if you're interested about the video that goes with this song, my song, Ms. What the Fuck's video, I used some still images of Donna, and then thanks Grok. Grok very kindly animated them for me, and I passed those animations on to Ms. What the Fuck, including my original cover art for the song. It's only a short one. And then Ms. What the Fuck also sourced some actual footage of the bump, Donna's bump, and then her arrest and her perp walk. 10-10, chef's kiss. So let's watch that before we get into the next testimony.
Now some music. The supreme leader decrees it.
And I gotta find the song. Because that was seamless, wasn't it? Huh.
Oh shit, Donna, you're screwed. Suck it, Donna. Screw you. You're next. Wendi, suck it, Donna. Why me? Donna, you're screwed. Suck it, Donna. Screw you. You're next. Wendi, suck it, Donna. Why me?
Suck it, Donna. Screw you. The airport perp walk is priceless. The longest perp walk in the history of all the perp walks. I mean, it felt like it. It's just glorious. Hi, Ms. What the Fuck? Hang on. Hi.
I just want to say my favorite part about the entire video, which is
What?
when the lyrics come up and Donna side-eyes you. I don't know if you ever noticed that, but she side-eyes you, and part.
Excuse me. My favorite part is the very end, actually, where she shakes her head like, can't believe I'm arrested. This is ridiculous. She's sitting in the back of the squad car. So funny.
Yeah, and then the lyrics come up, and then she looks over at you specifically, and that's my favorite thing.
Suck it, Donna. I was going to write a longer one, and I just thought it doesn't need to be anything intricate. Let's just go with a simple, oh shit, Donna, like you're screwed. You're next, Wendi. Yes. What the Fuck's volume is soft because she's not generally here tonight. So thanks, Miss What the Fuck. All right, let's get back. Oh, yikes. Let's get into the next one. This is the 2022 trial. So that was Katie Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia's first trial. Sigfredo was convicted and sentenced to life without parole. Thanks, Ms. What the Fuck. And then this is the retrial of Katie Magbanua. It took a couple of years. But we're watching Wendy's testimony. So what do I do here? That's right. Share screen every time. Oh, no, wait, I can do this. So this one is courtesy of the trial channel. So, wait, what am I doing with my life? Go away. Oh, why? Add to stage. That's going to help. Yes. Sorry, first day on the job. So this will be the more defluffed, as only the trial channel can do. Wendy's wearing the same dress. Yes, Bluebird. Yes. Yay. Thanks for joining again. Love you. I'll put your name in the drawer. Gorgeous. Now, so Wendy's wearing the same dress. It's 3 years later. Interesting. And she forgot the straightener this time, I guess. I've heard various theories as to why she wore the same outfit, because girl can afford more than one outfit, let's be honest. Some people suggested or opined that perhaps it was because Wendi wanted to make sure that if her children ever sought out this trial footage, they would be under the impression that Wendi testified once. There's a continuity problem there because hair, but also there's been other trials since, so that foiled. I've more recently heard an idea that perhaps, I think it was Carl Steinbeck, I can't remember, don't quote me, it might not have been, chat, you can correct me, where perhaps it's Wendi in her putting on, like, you know, method acting to be performative, to get in the zone, to wear this, to channel doe-eyed Wendi and wear the same outfit as part of her costume for it. So we shall see. Let's get into it. I'll get closed captions on. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendi Adelson,
Yeah.
WENDIADELSON.
Was it me?
Ms. Adelson, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Miami Beach.
And are you here today pursuant to a state subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do all state subpoenas confer immunity?
Don't know if all state subpoenas confer immunity, but this one does.
Okay, and do you believe that your subpoena is special or different from other state subpoenas?
I don't believe it's special or different, so
Thanks,
I suppose
Bluebird, for
all carry
reposting.
immunity.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay. And
Lol.
do you think, isn't it true that it's use and derivative use immunity? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but not
Hey, Pete.
complete immunity from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
Very special.
That's different than what you just asked me for. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All right, so what I'm trying to allow the jury to understand is what sort of immunity you have. What is your understanding of what it means for you to have immunity pursuant to the state subpoena?
So I have derivative and use immunity. And so in the future, a prosecutor couldn't use what I say here today against me.
Correct. But you could be prosecuted. Just nothing you said here today could be used against you in that prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I suppose so.
Okay. Have you made any sort of special deal with the state attorney's office or with any law enforcement or government agent?
No.
All right. Was there a time that you lived in Tallahassee?
Yes, I used to live in Tallahassee.
What was the time frame that you lived here?
I was here for about 8 years. I lived here my last year of law school, so the academic year 05-06. We were in Miami for 06-07, and then I would have been back 2007 to 2014.
All right. And what brought you back to Tallahassee after you returned to Miami after law school?
Well,
Pausing for a minute. Sorry to interrupt, but so funny. Madeline says she has Harvey's ears. Now, I can't claim this, excuse me, but our girl Stephanie blah 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 made this. She noticed that this was very, very much Harvey. So, yes, Wendi, I mean, again, no shade on genetic ears and stuff, but lol, like lol, accurate, like accurate. Oh, I didn't see the dirty pause. Wait. Ooh, yes. Not even sorry, Wendi. Suck it. You're next, Wendi. All right. So back to testimony. Yes, she does have Harvey's ears, and lucky her. Okay, keep going. Sorry, Wendi. Not sorry.
I went to Tallahassee to finish law school.
Hi,
and then
Woozy.
we went to Miami because Danny had a job opportunity at University of Miami. It didn't come to fruition. He was not hired, and so we came back to Florida State.
And so your husband had a job opportunity here at Florida State?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what brought you to Tallahassee?
That's what brought us here.
And you also had a job opportunity at Florida State, is that right?
That's right.
What was that job?
I worked at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and at first I was a staff attorney. I used to represent victims of violent crime. asylum seekers and victims of human trafficking.
She's talking
And
fast,
then
isn't she?
I taught
No
various
Valium
classes
today.
at FSU Law School. And then I ran something called a medical legal partnership.
And how long did you do that?
I was working at FSU for 7 years.
All right, so basically the whole time you were here in Tallahassee.
When I wasn't a student, I was working for FSU.
All right. When did you meet Dan Markel?
Danny and I met first online, and we met when I was starting my 2L year of law school. So that would have been 04, fall of 2004.
And when were the two of you married?
We were married in February 2006.
Do you have any children in common?
We have 2 children,
All right, both boys?
both boys.
All right, during the time that you moved to Tallahassee the second time to work here at Florida State, were you living with Dr. Markel the entire time as a married couple?
I'm sorry, Dr. Markel?
I'm sorry, Mr. Markel, Dan Markel, your husband.
What sorry,
Were we
what a
living as a
fucking
married couple when we were
I'm sorry, Dr. Markel? Spoiler alert, Georgia refers to Charlie Adelson in his trial as Dr. Adelson, and it's just the best shade ever. But Wendi, no, don't give the late Professor Dan Markel any credit. We'll be calling him Mr. It actually grinds my gears really hard. It makes me feel like when they referred to Officer John O'Keefe as Mr. O'Keefe. Get the fuck out of here. I need a palate cleanse. Holly, you got it. Do you want any others before we keep rolling? Play the whole gauntlet, Ms. What the Fuck, please and thank you.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
There you go, girl. Thank you, Holly. You're in the draw, girl, again.
we returned to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Yes. So by that point, we returned in August maybe of 06. So we got married in February of 06. So we've been married 6 months by then.
And the entire time that you were living as a married couple, was that at the Trescott address that we've seen photos of earlier?
No, we lived first in a rented house. I actually don't remember what neighborhood it was now. It's been a while. But we lived there until we bought our house. So maybe 6 months in the other location. I don't remember exactly how long.
All right. Do you remember what year you moved into the Trescott address?
Green card, baby.
We moved into the Trescott address. Maybe, I don't remember exactly what year. Probably, it would have been 2008 or 2009. It was before my older son was born.
All right. And you were living there in 20.
Is it just me? Like, this confused the fuck out of me. Wendi looks younger in this. Well, this was 3 years later, 2.5, 3 years later, right? The first testimony was 2019. This is 2022. I was like, wait, I had to check and double check to make sure I had the trials correct in the right order. I don't know, fresh filler. I don't know whether I actually think it might be the opposite. I think that she'd only recently had like some threading on her face. She was so snatched in that first testimony. So I think it actually might be the opposite. I think it's a relaxing of the face to look more natural, and the curly hair looks more natural. Anyway, I was like, it was brain bending me while I was trying to cue these up.
Well, he was living there in 2014 when this murder occurred, correct?
He was living there in 2014.
And you were no longer living there.
I stopped living there in 2012.
In 2012, was there a separation first before a divorce, or?
Yes, there was a separation.
When was the separation effective?
September 2012.
And whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation differing views?
It's so
on
good for
how your
migraines,
children
Veronica.
should
I've
be
had it for
raised within
migraines
the
also.
Jewish faith?
Sorry, I talked over the top.
I mean, that's certainly part of it.
Separation effective.
September 2012.
And whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation differing views on how your children should be raised within the Jewish faith?
I mean, that's certainly part of it, but not really a central decision. It was more just our relationship overall. I mean, Danny certainly wasn't, we were on different pages when it came to religion, but I wouldn't say that
Okay,
was.
and that's what I'm specifically inquiring about, was that part of it? So I think your answer is yes, that was part of it.
Sure.
Okay, you are both Jewish, correct?
Yes,
All right, and both of you did agree to raise the children within the Jewish faith? Is
we
that
did.
correct?
And we have.
Okay, so what were the differences between the two of you on that front?
Probably in the observance of keeping kosher. So I don't keep kosher and Danny did. And that became difficult to do in Tallahassee and difficult to do with differing beliefs around that.
Can you explain for the jurors what keeping kosher means?
Sure. It's a separation of milk from meat. So you couldn't have a cheeseburger, for example, right? You couldn't have milk with a meat product. And the meat has to be killed in a ritual specific way that's been blessed by a rabbi. And you're not supposed to eat shellfish of any kind, so no seafood. And there's a lot more rules, but those are just some high level ones.
All right, and was it very important to your husband that the children be raised on a kosher diet?
It was, yes.
All right, and that was something that was not important to you?
It's not a question of it not being important to me. It just started to supersede other things that are important, like love and trust.
Okay, did that diet seem impractical to you?
At times it was complicated. I mean, there was one particular time I had taken the boys to a picnic for one of my clients for one of her children. And my older son had pizza, and Danny was very, very upset about this. He was maybe 1 at the time, but it was pizza that wasn't kosher. And so that became challenging.
All right, so this was something that sort of came up as an issue during the course of the marriage.
It did.
All right, and other things as well. I don't mean to suggest that.
Jeannie, this was before Donna was arrested. So this was before Charlie was arrested. At this point, the Adelsons were home and hosed. So, yeah. I mean, this is still May 2022, three and a bit years ago. So
It was based solely on the children's diets, but that was something that is going to come up later, and I wanted to make sure the jurors understood what was meant by kosher diet.
yes, the
All right,
Adelsons are
did
Jewish,
you,
just
move
less
out of the marital home
Jewish.
when you separated?
I did.
And where did you go to live when you left the marital home?
I rented a house, and I went to that house.
All right, was that at the Aqua Ridge residence?
Yes, it was.
Just 3303 Aqua Ridge, sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and that location is here in Leon County, right?
It is.
Okay, as well as the Trescott residence.
They're both in Leon County.
About how far apart are those two residences?
I think it used to take about 15, 20 minutes to drive, depending on traffic.
How long after you moved out of the home did you file for divorce?
I actually don't remember the answer to that. I'm assuming I would have filed for divorce right away.
Within a month, sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 59 and ask you to take a look at the exhibit.
Hey, Marta.
But I think you had an opportunity to look at this exhibit previously a little bit, right?
Good point.
I don't
Different
have any
courtroom.
memory of that.
Okay. So this is the first time you've ever seen this exhibit?
It's the first time I remember. It's
All right,
very
I'll just
big.
Take a look and kind of just thumb through it. As again, don't expect you to familiarize yourself with everything. My question, Ms. Adelson, you can look through it as much as needed to answer
Well, that
this
was
question.
She had a question. What was your
It's
question?
just, it looks like it's about 800 pages long. So you
Uh,
I want you to look
Again,
through it as much as is
pause.
needed.
At this point, where is it? Wait. Wendi was still very much in contact with Charlie and Donna. Donna was minding the grandchildren, her grandchildren, Wendi and Dan's children at this point. So this is 2022. The bump was in 2019. Charlie wasn't arrested until after this. We did a whole timeline. I'll check my dates. But no, at this point, still very much in contact. When he was using the fuck out of her mother as a nice free babysitter.
is needed to answer the
I mean,
following question. Does
with
it
post
appear to be a fair and
attached.
accurate copy of your divorce
Matriarchal
file?
nightmare.
I mean, from the front page, sure.
Okay. Do you have, thumb through it a little bit and just see if there's any reason to dispute that that's your complete divorce file from the clerk's office. It's certified if you want to take a look at the certification.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so I want you to take a look, if you would, at the petition that is on States Exhibit 59, pages 1 through 5.
The one right on top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All the pages should be numbered through, so I'm referring to one.
OMFG, her fucking face, right? As per Veronica. So yeah, this woman went to dozens of custody hearings. She knows the answers. Correct. Now, let me just get back to my notes from when we did the road so far with Donna last weekend. If you're interested, that's there in the playlist, this playlist. Okay, so Charlie had just been arrested in this. So Charlie was arrested on the 21st of April. Excuse me, this is May 2022. So Charlie was arrested on the 21st of April 2022. And Catherine Magbanua was found guilty on the 27th of May. So this trial. So here there's a shift. I guess maybe Wendi looks youthful because at least Charlie's been arrested. They didn't arrest all of us. Huzzah! Perhaps. Hi, Life Artist. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
The 1 through 5 on the bottom right corner there.
The bump was in
And that was your
2016.
petition
Took a
for
while.
divorce, correct?
Yes.
And so this was, would you agree
Remarkable.
that this was a
Strongly
contentious
recommend.
divorce?
I think it was made much more difficult by Danny, who didn't want to get divorced, but sure, we can
All
call
right.
it contentious.
Not what we would classify as an amicable divorce. You hear about those.
No, it would be not an amicable divorce.
All right. And part of what you were seeking in your divorce in these documents in front of you was permission from the court to move with your children to South Florida. Is that correct?
That was part of the overall divorce proceedings.
All right. And specifically on pages 43 through 50, there's a petition to include a request to be allowed to relocate with minor children. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And why were you seeking to move to South Florida?
I was seeking a place that would be stable and permanent for the kids and me. Danny never planned on staying in Tallahassee. It was just a question of time before he moved to New York to be with his girlfriend or had dreams of being at Harvard.
Too much
So
Botox, baby.
Tallahassee was just a temporary stopping point. I wanted a place that was permanent for us, where we had family support.
And why did South Florida seem like a place of permanence?
We
to you?
love having
Right,
you
I mean,
people.
because we had family support.
Thanks for being here.
Because I work in immigration, there were a lot of career opportunities for me there.
Are you from South Florida?
I am.
Okay. And when you say family support, what family resided there?
My mother, father, and brother.
Was the relocation to
Place?
South Florida the most important part of your divorce?
No.
Was it your most non-negotiable?
Pause. Also, what was something? This one, Baby Peep. Did she have an eyebrow lift or something? Perhaps, maybe Botox. I think she's also intentionally putting that wide-eyed, doughy, innocent, surprised, overwhelmed. What did Donna say? You need to put on the performance of a lifetime for the next few weeks. I know you can do it. I've seen you in action before. This is Wendi in action. Also cosmetic stuff.
Negotiable
Gross.
term? No.
Nope.
Okay. But it was very important to you?
I wouldn't say it was very important to me.
Thanks.
Was it very important to your mother?
You're in the draw.
She was much more looking forward to having her daughter and her grandchildren home. Yeah.
All right. If you would take a look for me at page 46, paragraph E. Just read that to yourself and let me know when you've had an opportunity to read that.
She paws over it. You're in the draw
In
for a
this
Miss Shorty
paragraph,
merch
Ms.
t-shirt.
Adelson, are you
draw it next to
alleging that Mr. Markel has created a hostile work environment for you at the Florida State University College of Law?
He did during a period of time.
All right, and was disparaging you to your colleagues? And if you'll take a look at pages beginning on 79, the document beginning on 79. And the question is this Mr. Markel's 23-page response to your motion to relocate?
You're asking me, is this
His response to your motion to relocate?
Wendy.
Yes, it looks like it.
All right, it's quite
Looks like it. Get the fuck out of here.
verbose. Would you agree with that?
I imagine it is. At some point, Danny fired or alienated all
Fake,
of his
fake,
attorneys
fake,
and started
fake.
doing his own legal work. So
Fair to say he was adamantly opposed to you taking his kids to South Florida.
yes, he shared all of that here, which is different than the conversations we had. But
That's what he filed.
what he filed is what the judge sanctioned him for.
All
Yes.
right. And in that filing, I'm specifically referencing to page 82, where Markel states that the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate with the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents. My understanding is you don't agree that's why you wanted to move,
It wasn't the sole reason why I wanted to move.
but you do agree it was a reason.
It was absolutely a reason. I wanted to create some stability for my kids, and having family around helps have a more stable environment.
Is it fair to say that your mother, Donna Adelson, was following these divorce proceedings pretty closely?
She was definitely being a little bit over involved. Yeah.
She was pretty invested in your personal life. Is that fair to say?
She is one of those moms, yes.
All right. And we've talked about your mom,
Oh,
Donna
Donna.
Adelson.
Oh,
Who's your
shit, Donna.
father?
What is my father's name?
Mm-hmm.
Harvey Adelson.
And where do Donna and Harvey live
Harvey.
currently?
They live in Miami.
All right. And are you still very close with your parents?
I am.
All right. And do you still live in close proximity to your parents?
I live about a 15-minute drive away.
Not anymore, Wendy.
And
That didn't
where
age
did
well.
they live at the time that Dan Markel was killed?
They lived in Coral Springs, Florida.
And were you close with your mom back around the time that you were living in Tallahassee?
I was.
And did she have a close relationship with your children as well?
She did.
Are your parents employed?
Right now, they are both retired.
What about back in 2014?
In 2014, they were both employed.
How were they employed then?
Then my father had a dental practice, and my mom was managing his practice.
What's the name of the dental practice?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, DBS.
All right. Does Adelson Institute ring a bell as well?
Yes.
And do you know whether the practice there was successful, meaning lucrative?
At one point, it was, and
What
not
about between
anymore.
what about between 2013 and 2016? Was it lucrative at that time?
Between 2013 and 2016, it was definitely, the business was doing better than it did after that point when the social media barrage happened.
Referring to this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. But previous to the murder, the Adelson Institute was earning approximately $2 million in profit each year.
I have no idea what it was earning. I haven't the slightest idea, but
Do you
that
know
is
whether
a
your
large amount.
parents had other investments other than their work at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
You don't know if they own any properties?
I know now that they own properties, but I
Oh,
didn't
Veronica.
then.
Okay. And do you know now that they owned properties then?
I actually don't know when they acquired the properties, so I don't know.
All right. Was your divorce impacting your family financially? So this is prior to the murder and the
It was
social
certainly
media.
impacting me financially, but I don't think it was impacting the rest of my family.
All right. How many lawyers did you have in your divorce?
I had one, and then Danny accused her of ethical violations and stealing money, and so I had to hire a new attorney. I think he had
So much
3 or
fucking
4.
slander.
No, I was talking about you. So you had two.
I had one,
Georgia.
and then I had to get another. Yes,
All right. And who paid for those 2 attorneys?
I did.
Did your mom retire from the dental practice during the time of your divorce to facilitate her spending more time with the children?
No, she didn't retire from the dental practice. She
Girl.
helped me during the divorce and helped me with the kids. They were very small, but she didn't retire. She just worked for my dad, so it was okay if she took a leave of absence here and there.
I want to vomit.
Did you discuss your marital problems and the resulting legal issues with your mother?
I'm sure I did.
No shit. Should we read
Is it
those
fair to say your
emails?
mother is a controlling person?
I think my mom is and was very invested in my life. I don't think of her as a controlling person.
Bullshit.
Is it fair to say around the time of your divorce that your mom did not like Dan Markel?
I think that's fair to say. I think she was very disappointed by the way he treated me.
Get the
In
fuck
fact, she
out of here.
despised him, didn't she?
I can't speak to how my mom felt or whether she despised him. I think she was very disappointed.
She sent you some emails to indicate her feelings about Dan Markel around that time, didn't she?
She did.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 63.
Actually, chat. I'm going to pause for a minute there. Georgia, love the fucking. That's the color of FSU. That scarlet ruby colored jacket, I believe. Chat is the color of Florida State University. Am I right? Local Floridians, let me know. Georgia wore that on purpose. Now she is diabolical. We have a special treat for you. It's Donna is not a controlling person. No, what are you talking about? I don't know how many of you know this, but Donna was on the Wheel of Fortune. Ms. What the Fuck has got something for us at my request. Am I right, Ms. What the Fuck? Oh, that's different. Hang on. It'll swap over in a second. Maroon and white. There it is. Why isn't it doing it? Hang on. Let me stop. Let me remove. There it is. Boom. We are professionals. Fucking professionals. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, right.
Sometimes we're professional. We try. Okay, ready?
Ready. Oh, whoa. Not ready. What am I doing? Not professional. Hi, P.
All right.
And we now
Wait for
meet Donna Adelson, Coral Springs, Florida. I want to hear all about you, Donna. Let's go.
Well, I'm a domestic coordinator.
A domestic coordinator.
Yes. I'm responsible for the activities, classes, and lessons of my son Robert, who is 16, Charlie, who is 12, Wendi, who is 10, my husband Harvey, who's in the audience, and my dog Sam.
Donna.
F.
Yes.
Mischief maker.
Yeah, that's it, Donna.
A domestic coordinator.
And we now
A
meet
domestic coordinator. Let's watch it again because it's great. Thanks, Miss What the Fuck. You're the best for finding
Donna
that. Thank you.
Adelson from Coral Springs, Florida. I want to hear all about you, Donna. Let's go.
Well, I'm a domestic coordinator.
A domestic coordinator.
Yes.
Coordinator.
I'm responsible for the activities, classes, and lessons of my son Robert, who is 16, Charlie, who is 12, Wendi, who is 10, my husband Harvey, who's in the audience, and my dog Sam.
Donna.
F.
Yes.
Mischief maker.
Yeah, that's it, Donna.
Mischief maker. Mischief maker and domestic coordinator. Wow. Mischief maker. I'm a domestic coordinator.
And we now meet
All right. Thank you, Miss What the Fuck. We just thought it was very much like Mafia wife hair, wasn't it? Goodness gracious. Back to Georgia, about to continue to ram Wendi. Metaphorically speaking.
Ms. Cappleman, do you want me to read it?
No, ma'am. Just take a look at those and tell me if you can authenticate them as emails that were sent to you from your mother.
I can authenticate them.
All right. So the donnaharvey@gmail.com is your parents' shared email address. Is that correct?
IP, by the way. Sorry, I
Okay.
missed you.
But these emails were coming from your mother based on the context. Is that right? Not your dad.
I imagine they probably represented both of their feelings. They've been married 51 years, so sometimes my mom speaks for my dad.
All right. So there's one, I believe it's on top there, dated May 3rd, 2013. Was that about 3 months before your divorce was finalized?
My memory is that our divorce was finalized in June 2013. So
Okay.
wouldn't that just be 1 month before?
I had July 31st. So
Okay.
whatever is your memories.
So, okay, this was May and our divorce was finalized in July then.
Just want to talk a little bit about the emails that are in front of you there. So on that first email dated May 3rd, 2013, page 1 of 5, and the second real paragraph. Does your mother indicate that the most important
Objection.
part of your divorce is
Objection.
relocation?
Hold on a second, Ms. Cappleman.
I don't believe this item is in evidence, Your Honor.
The items have not been admitted into evidence at this point, Ms. Cappleman.
Correct.
All right, so I don't want you reading from them if they haven't been admitted into evidence.
All right, Ms. Adelson, did your mother indicate to you that
The trial
to her the most
channel.
important part of your
Hey,
divorce
girl.
is
Objection, Your Honor,
relocation?
objection.
That's sustained.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would ask to approach.
Dropping in.
Sidebar the witness.
As we've
Sidebar.
said, we're watching the trial channel's stuff here. Thank you for everything you do, the
All
trial
right, Ms.
channel.
Adelson,
We love
what
you.
was the most important part of your divorce to your mother?
You're asking in reference to the email or not in reference to the email?
Not in reference to the email.
So just in general, what for
Yes.
her, it was probably for me to be safe and be in a stable situation with the boys.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails in front of you, State's Exhibit, which are marked as State's Exhibit 63?
If I look at it, she's saying
Hold on
here,
a second, just review it,
Just,
okay?
If you'd read to yourself about the
Rocket
first
science.
half of that second real paragraph.
Just review it to yourself, and then Ms. Cappleman will ask you another question.
Okay. All right, does that refresh your recollection about what your mother felt was the most important non-negotiable term of your divorce?
it does.
Okay, and what was that?
That was relocation.
And did your mother, I think you said she was very unhappy with him. Did you agree that she despised him?
I can't speak to whether my mom despised him or didn't. She was very, very disappointed with the way he treated me.
Okay, and did she ever call him names?
I don't remember her calling him names.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails for that?
I'm happy to.
Okay, if you'll take a look at page 1, about halfway down. Just read those few sentences there, and then I will draw your attention to page 2 when you're ready. Actually, you know what? For refreshing purposes, I'm going to approach with my copy. I'm just going to kind of draw your attention to the thing, items highlighted in green. If you'll just look at those to yourself and then flip through and look for those items highlighted in green. Okay. Did your mom ever refer to your husband as an asshole,
Fucker.
a bully,
Yes.
This is
a
great.
zealot,
A religious zealot. Yes.
a jackass,
Yes.
a religious extremist?
Yes.
What about Jibbers? She calls him Jibbers?
Yeah, Jibbers is not a bad name. It was a silly name that I
Fuck
came
off,
up with during a period of time when I felt incredibly terrorized by Danny.
Fuck
And
off,
so
Wendi.
it was a
Fuck
word that
off,
I would
Wendi.
use to kind of make him seem less scary.
Is it fair to say that it was a derogatory term?
No.
Okay,
Piss
but you
off.
came up with it directly in relation to him terrorizing you.
I did. It was a way to take this theme out of a situation I found scary. I wouldn't say it was derogatory. I just think it was.
And
a
when you say
silly-
scary, are you alleging physical abuse?
I'm not alleging physical abuse.
All right. What
All
types
right.
of things did your mother suggest that you could do to try to
Oh, shit,
coerce
Donna.
or acquire the ability to relocate your kids to Miami?
She suggested that I could change the religion
Of who?
of my children
And why would that affect the relocation effort?
because religion was so important to Danny that would be a real hot button thing.
Okay. And did she ever suggest that you could bribe your husband to allow the relocation?
She did.
And how much money did she suggest that she and the family would be willing to put up for such a bribe?
So I just saw the bribe reference, but I didn't see the amount. If you want to,
Whatever.
On that.
Oh my God. She's so full of shit. The audacity. Ugh.
Yep.
Kelly, there's a
Madeline,
question
yep.
to know if that refreshes the reflection.
Okay.
How much money was your family willing to put up to bribe Dan Markel to let you live
Impeachable lies.
They said that they would go as high as $1 million, which would be $333,000 each.
And who are the each?
My mom, my dad, and Charlie.
Did Charlie, you mentioned he also lived in South Florida. Was he employed at the family dental practice?
He worked there sometimes.
And what type of work did he do?
He is a periodontist, so he would sometimes do implants or surgery for people.
So Charlie was so insufferable that nobody wanted to have him, including his own father at the Adelson Institute. Nobody wanted to have Charlie there full time, hence why he was a traveling Wilbury. He worked at different practices around the place, just a day here and like a day each place. That's no testimony to, I mean, he made a fucking shit ton of money, cash money, baby. That even the Adelson Institute offered discounts for cash payments. Sus.
Did your motion for relocation get granted or denied by the court?
It was denied by the court.
So you were not legally permitted to move to Miami?
No.
Did you have an alternative? You mentioned previously that there was a hostile work environment at Florida State University as a result of your husband. Or your ex-husband at this point, were you was the failure to be able to relocate, did that cause you to remain in that environment?
It did.
For how long?
I don't remember the date that the petition to relocate was denied. If you could show me the
Bullshit.
binder, I can.
The binder. Yeah, let's have a look at the binder.
I'll draw you to pages
Let's do that.
262 and 263.
In the binder?
Show us the binder. Yes, Georgia. Show us the binder. There's the binder. Wait.
Okay, so the order
Wait.
was on
Stop.
June.
I'm going back. I'm going to pause it. Let's have a look at the thickness of that binder in case you weren't looking at the moment. Whoa. That's all the court filings in their divorce settlement. Like, performative. Perfect. Chef kiss. Like, chef kiss. And Wendi asked for it. She says, if you can show me the binder, like she's proud. Wow, ma'am, that is nothing to be proud of.
Okay, so the order was on June.
Hi, Ruthie. Good to see you.
It was June 20th, 2013. So I was still working at the law school through July 2014. So I stayed for 1 more year.
Okay. And it was subsequent to his death that you were able to find new employment that was in a less hostile work environment. Is that accurate?
I mean, eventually after his death, I found new employment.
Oh,
took
it was
me a
like
little
this.
while.
Okay. How long did you
5 or
stay in
6?
Tallahassee after
6
your
inches,
husband was
baby.
killed?
I
Ex-husband, sorry.
Stayed a couple of days. And then after I had asked the police for protection at the funeral or in my home and they refused, I decided to just go for a couple of days and spend a few days away from Tallahassee. And
Forever?
then this case hit CNN
Fuck off,
and hit
Wendi.
the media. And I
So
didn't
I don't
feel
mean to
safe.
interrupt you, but the question was, how long did you stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed?
I'm sorry, Ms. Cappleman. I stayed for a few days.
Thank you. All right. So how
Just
did your
lady just-
mom
just too
take
much.
the news that you were not going to be able to relocate?
She was very upset.
Understatement of the year.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about the litigation that continued after your divorce was final. Was there a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court filed by you?
Yes.
And a few months later, did he respond with a counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement's final provisions, alleging some violations that he said you made on the marital settlement agreement?
Yes.
And these filings are pretty venomous. Is that a fair characterization?
Not on my part.
Well, on both your
Ooh.
parts, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And he accuses you of various
Pause.
things, lying about.
That look on her face now is different. That's contempt. Just before that, she had a real Jupiter's delight smile. She's like, look, wait, not that. Wait.
Well, on both your parts, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And he
There.
accuses you of
There
various
goes.
things, lying about your financial affidavit and things like that. Would you agree?
He does make those accusations. They were completely baseless, but yes.
All right. And oh,
I
did
think
you
she's shitting her pants, Ruthie.
in the pleadings, is the tennis racket mentioned as something to fight over? And I can draw your
Petty
attention to that page
bullshit.
in line if you need it.
I imagine
Laura!
it could have been. You can draw my attention if you like, and I can confirm.
Okay, but no reason to argue about the fact that a tennis racket is mentioned specifically in your divorce documents.
I mean, that sounds like
Who,
some
me?
of the nonsense that
A
we argued
murderer?
over. Sure.
Okay. And was there a motion? I want to draw your attention specifically to this motion. It's on page 441 of that document in front of you.
441. I bet you it's only in the middle.
59. This motion was filed by Dan Markel on March 26th of 2014, so shortly before his death.
I see it.
Okay, what was that motion?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And in that motion, did he allege that you were violating the marital settlement agreement in a variety of ways,
Yes, it looks like he did.
including failing to facilitate communication between he and the boys, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, things like that?
Yes, that looks right.
All right. And was he, as part of this motion, seeking to enjoin you from allowing your mother to have time with the children that was unsupervised by another adult?
I am not seeing that right now, but I can continue reading through
Okay,
it.
take your time.
Actually, oh wait, still going.
Still going,
Is this
exactly.
a question that you need refreshing on? Did your husband make these allegations? You don't have an independent recollection of that?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay.
He made a lot of allegations that weren't true, so I need
All
to
right.
look through to figure out which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, I see it. I see what you're referencing.
All right,
Fuck
so
off,
in
Wendi.
that
Ugh.
filing, Dan Markel alleges that your mother is disparaging him to the children, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
And he was seeking a court order saying she couldn't have contact with the kids unless there was another adult present, correct?
I see that here. I don't think I took it seriously at the time, so
Fuck
it didn't really
off.
lodge in my memory.
Fuck
Did your mom
off.
take it seriously?
No,
Was it ever ruled on?
I don't know.
Bullshit.
If it were, it should be here, right?
Right?
Yes,
I gotta
ma'am.
show it.
Is it here?
No, it's not. It was scheduled to be ruled on in August of 2014, right?
I don't know. I don't know when it was
Bullshit.
scheduled for. I do know that nobody took it very seriously.
Bullshit.
Okay, so your mom wasn't worried about that motion being granted. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your brother. You can just sort of close that binder and leave it in front of you if that's okay. How old is your brother, Charlie Adelson?
He is 45.
Little baby
Is
bit.
he your older or younger brother?
I have two older brothers, so he is one of the two older brothers.
Are you closer to one more than the other?
Yes,
Which one are you closer to?
Charlie.
And has that always been the case or just since this case?
No, it's not since this case.
Should her neck
I
get any
think
longer?
When we were kids, I was probably closest to my oldest brother, and then
Oof.
after getting to be an adult myself around my 20s, I was probably closer to my middle brother.
Around the time of 2013 and 2014, were you closer to Charlie at that time?
I would say so.
All right. And
Remember, for context, Charlie had just been arrested about a month before this testimony. So, ooh, touchy subject, right?
are you aware of any connection at any time between your brother Charlie and any gang members?
No.
Did your brother use drugs?
He did, yeah.
What type of drugs did he use?
Marijuana.
Okay, what else?
I don't know of anything else.
Okay. And do you know where he got the drugs from that he used?
I don't.
Was he a recreational marijuana user?
Remember, sorry to pause, but in the first testimony, Wendy said, I don't know if he uses, I don't know. And now she's like, so there must have been something that in the interim proved that Wendy would have to, and she's like, I don't want to have to answer that, but yes, drugs.
Or was he a drug dealer?
Veronica.
I would say he was a recreational marijuana user.
Was this something he did every day or just occasionally?
I don't know how often. I don't know if it was every day, but I do know the pain of the last few years has led him to do some
off.
self-medicating.
Okay,
Fuck
but
off.
I'm really speaking of the time frame. I should have clarified. 2013.
So the last few years he was self-medicating because he was losing his fucking mind, not knowing who was going to come for him first, the Latin Kings or the fucking FBI. Oh, Wendy. Oh, please, girl. Self-medicating because he was... these people.
13 to 2014.
I don't know if he was using any drugs during that time.
It would
You
have been
became
coked off
aware
his
of it
head.
subsequent to the incidents that we're here about today?
That's right.
Okay. Were you aware that your brother, I think you testified he sometimes worked at the Adelson Institute. What did you mean by that? Where else does he work?
So he is a periodontist and he has kind of a traveling
Allegedly.
practice of sorts. So he would work in various doctors' offices throughout Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach counties. And so sometimes he would work from my dad's practice, but sometimes he would work from different offices. I don't know how often he worked at which one. I just know he worked at various offices.
All right. So I asked you, I'm sorry to change topics on you so much, but previously we were talking about your two brothers. Is your other brother, not Charlie, but your other brother, is he located here in Florida?
He is not.
All right. And back in 2014, was he living in another state?
He lived in Gainesville for a while. I'm trying to remember in 2014 if he was in Gainesville. I don't think so. I think he was in another state.
All right. So been in another state throughout this, the incidents
Amen,
we're here
Juju.
about today.
I believe so, yes.
All right, now back to what we were talking about with your brother Charlie's practice. So he travels around to different dentist offices and performs a specific service, like on a contract basis. All right, and are you aware that he does that type of work or offers a discount for that type of work if his customers pay in cash?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you
Bullshit.
aware of your brother carrying large amounts of cash?
He did sometimes carry more cash than I would, but not like.
I bet you he
big sums
flashed
of
it around
cash,
like
no.
a full dickhead.
Did you observe the cash that he carried to be stapled together in packs?
No, I never saw staples.
Has your brother ever been married?
No.
How would you describe the kind of lifestyle your brother was enjoying back around the time of these incidents, 2013, 2014?
I think he lived a bachelor lifestyle, very different than mine. Would enjoy nice restaurants, had lots of girlfriends.
Not a lot of responsibilities.
Not a lot of responsibility.
A lot of girlfriends.
You say not a lot of?
A lot of different girlfriends.
Always a different girl. Yeah.
Who is Jerome Obed?
He is a person who used to live with my brother.
Do you know the time frame that he lived with your brother?
I remember I introduced him to his current wife, and that was maybe 2011. So maybe during the
Jerome is on the witness list for Donna's trial. Just saying. Not sure if we'll see him, but he's on the witness list.
period. I don't know how much I can tell you he was living with them that year.
Maybe.
But I don't know for how long before or how long after they lived together. They were friends though.
I would say, okay, so you can't tell us whether he was living with your brother in the 2013, 2014 timeframe that we're here about.
I don't remember.
And is Mr. Obed also a doctor, a dentist?
He is a dermatologist.
Dermatology, thank you. All right, and your brother, we were talking about his lifestyle and the girlfriends. Does he also drive fancy cars?
He does.
Including a Ferrari?
Yes.
All right. And
Maestro.
were you aware of one of his
Pause. The Ferrari, the number plate that Charlie the wanker drove around with. The what do you call it? A license plate, rego plate. What do you call them? Tags? Can't remember. Maestro. What a fucking wanker.
his girlfriends by the name of Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet that particular girlfriend?
Yes. We met maybe 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times? Do you recall what the occasions were?
There was one time we had dinner when I was in town, which is what I did every time I'd come to town and have dinner with my brother and a different girl. And then one time I went to the beach for an hour or so, and she and a friend of hers joined us.
Okay. And was there a third time?
I don't actually remember a third time.
All right. So was there anything special about this girlfriend in terms of her relationship with your brother? Did they seem closer or more serious?
It didn't seem serious.
Were you off-put by Ms. Magbanua for any reason? Did she seem like different from the ordinary trail of women that came through his life?
She seemed perfectly nice.
Did you bond with her in a special way? Did you have a different type of relationship with her than you had with any of his other girlfriends?
No, I mean, if anything, I'd say I'd been closer to other girlfriends. I only met her twice.
All right. What about her ex, Sigfredo Garcia? Were you aware of him at all before this case?
No.
So you didn't even know she had an ex?
I knew she had an ex because my brother once mentioned that he was dating a girl and she had an ex that seemed a little scary. And I said, maybe you should stay away from that.
Yeah. And so the ex, did you have specific knowledge about why he was a little scary?
No.
And did Catherine Magbanua ever tell you anything that was specifically scary about him?
No.
Were you aware of your brother having any communications with the scary ex-husband?
No, only that my brother seemed a little scared of him, but I don't know that they talked or didn't talk.
So it would be surprising to you to learn that they had a relationship.
Very.
What about your ex-husband, Dan Markel? Did you ever know him to be involved with any type of drug activity or gangsters, anything like that?
No, Danny consulted on criminal law cases. So I do remember there being a case involving Orthodox rabbis that were engaging in some very violent activity. And that had me concerned. But other than that, no.
Okay. Not in his personal life?
No.
Okay. Was your brother Charlie, or is your brother Charlie, protective of you?
He is, yeah.
Did you discuss your marital problems with him back during the time of 2013, 2014?
I did.
Is it fair to say that in the time frame leading up to the murder of your ex-husband that your brother did not like your ex?
I think it's fair to say. I mean, I also think it's fair to say he wasn't particularly concerned with it. He was leading his own life and not really focused on mine.
But your mom was really focused on yours.
My mom was focused on mine.
And your mom was in the ear of your brother quite a bit, same as she was with you, right?
I don't know about how much she was in his ear or not.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill your ex-husband?
He never mentioned hiring a hitman. He told one bad off-color joke where he said he had bought me a TV when I got divorced and said it was a present and made a very bad joke and bad taste that it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Ooh. And was that, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, that's okay.
What else were you going to say?
I think that was it.
All right. Was that a joke that your brother made one time or more than one time?
He has a tendency to repeat himself. So everything he says
Too fast,
multiple
yeah.
times.
Do you
Sorry.
know how many times he said it?
Fucking
I
with
have no
me.
idea, but definitely twice at least.
And it was your understanding that he had not made any actual efforts to hire the hitman?
Yes.
But you did get a TV as a divorce present.
I did get a TV.
Was there a dinner, time when you went out to dinner with your brother after the murder where you vomited at the table? That happened. It's just yes or no.
What would you like to know the context?
No,
It didn't
Wendy.
happen.
Okay,
I
and who was present at that dinner?
Just my brother and me.
Okay, and that was kind of your first time out after this murder had occurred, right?
After it happened, I couldn't eat for several weeks, and then I was completely terrified to leave my house. So this was the first time I tried to leave the house and eat food, and that is how it ended up. I threw up.
At the dinner table, in a restaurant.
Yes, it was very embarrassing.
How long after the murder was that incident?
Probably about a month or so.
Was the dinner intended to be a celebration of the fact that your husband was murdered?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Did your
Wait,
brother
pause.
refer to it as a celebration?
Absolutely not. Emphatic denials. Like Simi says, oh, please. Absolutely not. Look at her. Look at her challenging Georgia. She's outraged, feigned indignation.
I highly doubt that.
Could that have been one of his jokes that was in bad taste?
He may have been celebrating the fact that I was willing to leave the house.
Were you involved in the plot to kill your husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you have knowledge of the plot to kill your husband?
No.
But you suspected that your family was involved?
No, I did not suspect that my family was involved.
Did you mention in your interview with law enforcement that you suspected that your family could be behind this?
I think I speculated about lots of things during the 6 hours I spent with law enforcement without an attorney present trying to help them solve this murder. Yes, I thought all
Fuck,
kinds
she's
of things.
Georgia.
All right, and one of the things you said was that your family very much disliked him and that you thought it was possible that someone had done this on your behalf, unbeknownst to you.
I did say I thought someone might have done this on my
No.
behalf. Yes.
And
With
who
the
did your
zinger.
brother know that had connections that could get something like that done?
I have no idea.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua?
I have met Catherine Magbanua twice, as I mentioned.
She was your brother Charlie's girlfriend at the time of this murder, wasn't she?
I believe
Objection
so.
has been
There
answered.
may have been other girlfriends.
Overruled.
Ooh, shut up, Wendy.
Okay, now answer the question.
Specifically at the time of the murder, Catherine Magbanua was your brother's girlfriend at that time, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And can you identify her? You mentioned you've been to the beach with her on one occasion and dinner on another occasion. Do you see her in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is sitting over here. She has on a striped blouse and a blazer.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. You mentioned that your brother Charlie had a lot of girlfriends. Did you meet all of his girlfriends?
I highly doubt I met all of them, but I met a lot of them.
All right. And specifically in reference to this defendant, did you talk to her on the phone ever separate from your brother?
New poll. Have just popped a poll into chat. Who's worse? Wendi Adelson or Jennifer McCabe? Whew.
I have no memory of ever doing that. I don't think so.
Okay, so it wasn't like you had become girlfriends or had an independent relationship with her. You only saw her secondary to visiting your brother?
Twice.
On 2 occasions. Let me show you State's Exhibit 35. You recognize State's 35?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That was the second time we got together. It looks like the three of us at the beach. So it's me, Katie, and one of her friends.
Do you remember the friend's name?
I do not.
If I said it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I wouldn't.
Okay. And do you know when the photo was taken?
I don't. My best guess is 2013 or 2014.
Okay. 1 moment, please, Ronnie.
Okay.
Do you recall going to Miami for Father's Day in June, right before Dan Markel was murdered?
I don't have a strong memory of it, but it sounds like something I might have done to visit my dad.
Okay. Did you previously testify in reference to this same photograph or similar photograph?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And did you testify at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
We'll return to it, Judge.
All
Just
right,
give me a
let's
minute.
sustain.
All right. And did you have any contact with this defendant since the murder in any kind of way, any communication?
No.
Did you have any contact with her in any way on the day of the murder?
No. It was after Winnie.
Okay. And can you give me the basic time frame for Whitney?
I just really remember how old my boys were, but I don't know how long she was in his life for. So maybe maybe like 2014 to 2015 or 16. And then June after that, and I think on and off for a couple of years. And then he was together with the mother of his son, and that was probably 2017, 2018.
Okay. I'm gonna approach, would it refresh your recollection to look at some text messages to get, so you could give me exact dates of when these women were in your brother's life? Sure.
Right.
All right, so take your time, just take a look at this first page, and I'm specifically referencing these messages that are in red better.
Right.
All right, so take your time, just take a look at this first page, and I'm specifically referencing these messages that are in red better.
So help me understand though, this is a message between.
Just take a minute and sort of take your time and look at it.
I'm using this to figure out who he was dating when.
Yes. Okay. And you're just gonna take a look at it and tell me if it refreshes your recollection. If you can't figure out what it is or if it doesn't refresh, then you let me know.
Okay. Right, so it looks like he was with Whitney in 2014, 2015.
Okay,
But-
and the specific date?
I mean, it just means that they're in touch with each other. It doesn't mean that they're dating.
Okay.
Pause. Hope Ain't Fear. I feel like we've unlocked a fetish in you, or I mean, would turn gay for Georgia 100%. We'll see what we can do. I know we can hear her heels in the courtroom for Donna's trial. It's kind of sexy, smart and beautiful and classy. Whew! Georgia, drop a Georgia emote in the chat if you're green and you have access to them.
And when were they in touch?
It looks like he's telling me Whitney is trying to get back together with him in
Objection,
May.
Your Honor. At this point, the witness is just testifying off the documents,
All right.
which we've only seen for a few seconds.
No, it's just saying that. Okay, I don't want you reading from the documents. What you need to do is take a look at them. If it refreshes your recollection as to what the information that is being asked, then testify to that. If you're just having to read from that document and you don't recall independently, then your answer is that you don't recall. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Yes, my answer is the same as it was. I said 2014, 2015, and it looks like there's conversation around that time. So, okay, it doesn't independently refresh.
Okay.
Oh, she's being bratty. Look at her. Oh my God, her body language is so interesting. I'm going to go back. Just watch. She's like, I think she got proven on a lie there. Did she just get impeached? I'm going to go back because I was too busy thinking about George's heels and her pantsuit. Let's watch again. What does the judge say? Here we go.
Once you're reading from the documents, what you need to do is take a look at them. If it refreshes your recollection as to what the information that is being asked, then testify to that. If you're just having to read from that document and you don't recall independently, then your answer is that you don't recall. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Yes, my answer is the same as it was. I said 2014, 2015, and it looks like there's conversation around that time. So, okay, it doesn't independently refresh.
Okay, let's take a couple more and see if there are more.
I have a feeling she's not used to being like somewhat reprimanded by a man judge. And she doesn't like being. She's a bit flustered there, isn't she? Interesting. She's like bristling because what do you mean somebody's putting me in line? Yeah.
Yep, it's the same. 2014.
Oh, she didn't like that, did she?
All right.
Georgia holds the power.
2014, 2015 for both of those women.
Wait, both of those, it's the same woman, it's Whitney.
Oh, I was also asking about June.
Oh
I
God,
didn't see
June.
in those text messages.
Okay, when was he dating June?
It's a guess, but I think it's around the same time, maybe 2015, 2016.
Okay, so is it your recollection that it went Magbanua, then Whitney, then June?
As far as people that I met,
Okay.
it's my brother and Katie.
Your brother Charlie?
My brother Charlie.
Okay. And Katie, do you recognize tape 36?
I think I've seen this picture before.
Fuck off, Wendi.
Do you recognize the people in the picture?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate photo of the folks in the picture?
It looks like them back in the day. Yeah.
Okay, and do you know when the photo was taken?
I don't.
All right, who is in the photo?
It's my brother and Katie.
Oh, what did I just
My
do
brother
there?
Charlie.
Sorry.
And Katie, the defendant in
Gay.
this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Dumb.
All right, and is it fair to say this photo was taken during the time that they were dating?
It definitely looks like it.
And what was that time frame?
I don't know the time frame of when they were dating.
Okay, were they dating at the time of this murder? We've already
I believe
established
so.
that, okay. And is this how they appeared around that time? Is it accurate in the appearance?
It seems so. Nobody has any weird facial hair or doctor.
Wait,
I don't know, it
look
looks
at it
like
doing
I imagine they looked at that time.
Okay, and you saw them at that time, around that time, because you went to the beach and you had dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 8 years, so they look different.
They look different now? Yeah. Okay, but that's how they look back then.
Probably, yes.
All right, so at this time I have to move in evidence case 36.
Any objection?
One brief moment, Your Honor. Maybe a sticker judge, but improper authentication.
Overruled. It'll be admitted as states 36.
Do you know of any specific gifts that your brother gave this defendant during their relationship?
I don't.
What about after their relationship? After the conclusion of their relationship?
I'm not aware of any gifts between them.
Were you aware that she was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I know that she worked at my dad's office for a while, so it would make sense that she was on the payroll.
And what duties did she perform there?
I have no idea.
Okay, and when you say she worked there, did she physically went there?
I really don't know.
And did you ever work at the Adelson Institute?
I did
Okay.
between my master's and my law degree.
All right. And
Finally.
did you see Catherine Magbanua there when you were working there?
No, that was 2003.
How do you know that Ms. Magbanua worked at the Adelson Institute?
How do I know? I'm trying to remember if I knew at the time or I found out later. Probably my brother would have told me that Katie was working, and that's how I would have
All
known.
right. And was that before this murder or since the murder?
I have no idea.
You don't know the time frame she worked there?
I don't know the time frame she worked there, and I don't know why he would have told me. I wasn't very involved with the day-to-day operations of the office or what they did.
Do you know if your brother had any other ex-girlfriends on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't
All right, let's
know.
go to the day of
I don't
Dan
know.
Markel's murder. What were you doing that day?
I was at home that morning. I was working on a couple of pieces of writing. I was waiting. I remember the Geek Squad was coming to
Ugh.
fix my.
You know what she was actually doing? She was packing. Jeffrey DeCosta wasn't allowed into her house for, like, she made sure he didn't come over for the last, I think it was week. I'm sure he'll testify to it. Maybe 2 weeks. Chat. I know a few of you are pretty sharp on these details. For in the couple of weeks before they went met for yoga before the murder. She and Jeff went to do yoga together, etc. And it's my opinion that she wasn't doing writing and work. She was wearing her moving clothes. She was boxing things up. She couldn't let Jeff come over because she was preparing to move to Miami as soon as Danny was killed, which she did the day after the memorial service. Motherfucker.
My television. I think
Was
they
that
said
the same television that your brother had purchased for you as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman?
it was the television that my brother had bought for me.
All right. And did your mother, Donna Adelson, arrange from Miami for the Geek Squad to come to your home that morning to fix
No,
the
I did.
TV? Would it refresh your recollection to review some text messages regarding that issue?
Hold on a second.
Objection, Your Honor. Proper impeachment. The witness gave an answer.
Overruled.
Alright, and I'm looking at the items in yellow, but feel free to review the whole document.
Yeah, I don't really understand. It's my best recollection that I set up the appointment for them to come.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes this happens now where there's a different number on the account, so they call the wrong account. So they could have called my mom and she would have said, no, call my daughter. They need to confirm with you.
Okay, but your mom does indicate that she is sending the guy. to your
No,
house.
she indicates that she was called by Best Buy.
Mhm.
So that means she was called by accident since they were coming to my house.
Okay. And did you have an appointment scheduled in your calendar, fixed TV?
I did. I thought they were supposed to come sometime between 8 and noon. And then they came pretty early, I think, 9 or something like that.
All right. And did you delete, it's shown on the far right column there if you need to refresh your recollection, but did you delete that appointment to have the TV fixed?
I'm usually kind of OCD about this. So after I have a meeting, I'll delete it if it's done. I
Is the
my calendar
hands.
kind of like a to-do list. So
Wendy's
I'll have
lying
the meeting and then I'll
hands.
delete it.
Okay.
So I must have deleted it once they arrived or sometime later.
Okay. And right before the message that indicates, that's from your mother that we just talked about, Best Buy called.
Okay.
There's a message that says, "This is so sweet." Who is
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
message to?
Objection.
Hold on, what's your objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. Item is in evidence.
That's sustained.
All right. Can you say who the message before the Best Buy message? Who did you send that message to?
It looks like I sent that message to my brother.
Your brother Charlie?
Yes.
All right. And that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. But yeah, it looks like
Bullshit.
I deleted it at some point.
This is so sweet.
Alright.
Thank you. So sweet that you
And
killed Danny
that
for me.
message,
So
what
sweet.
were you referring to in that message, if you know?
I have no idea.
But it was sweet, whatever it was.
I mean, 8 years ago, I have no idea what was sweet.
What could it be?
So did Best Buy show up and repair the TV that morning?
They showed up and they tried to repair the TV. But I needed to make a call of whether it was worth repairing or whether I should just get a new one because the repair costs I remember being expensive.
And how old was the TV at this point?
I don't know. I don't think it was very old, just a couple of years.
Well, it was given to you as a divorce present at the time of your divorce, right? In 12?
Right. So it wasn't that the TV was old. I think one of the kids had
100%.
thrown something at the screen,
100
so
to
I
1.
cracked it.
Okay, but the fix was done in 14, or the attempted fix.
The attempted fix was in 14.
All right, so the repairman did show up that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you said you did not recall your mom making that appointment, but was it usual or typical for your mom to get involved in that type of minutia of your daily life?
No.
It would be unusual if she did that.
I mean, it would not be unusual for her to try to help me with various things. So it doesn't sound out of the realm of possibility, but I remember distinctly setting it up for that morning of sometime, like when you wait for a repairman to come, they come in a window, they say between 9 and 1. I remember there being a window they had told me.
And do you remember the specific window in this case?
I keep thinking it was 8 to 12, but I don't know if that's correct.
Okay, and we're talking about 8 a.m., between 8 a.m. and noon. And you agree that your ex-husband, sorry, I keep doing that, was murdered between 8 a.m. and noon?
I don't know the exact time of when it happened.
Really?
Between 8 a.m. and noon?
Yes.
I mean, yes, but I thought it was closer to 10 or 11.
Oh, strongly
But the
agree,
question was
Jeannie.
it between 8 a.m. and
Strongly
noon?
agree.
Yes, it was between
Disagree.
8 a.m.
Sorry,
and noon.
strongly
All right.
disagree.
And did you leave
Pausing. Strongly disagree. I will be fine if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty positive. Georgia has a plan. There is so much to indict Wendi. Georgia's had a plan. She's gone methodically through. It's taken a while, but there's speed gathering. Georgia needed Wendi. Here, let me talk. Whoa. Georgia needed Wendi to testify in all of these. Impeachable shit. Her immunity, her derivative use immunity, and her use immunity is null and void if she lies. She's lied. Mark my words. Once Donna is convicted, Wendy's next. TikTok Wendi. 2 weeks tops. 2 weeks tops after Donna's convicted. Wendi will be in shackles. That's my prediction. Whoa, I'm on the wrong screen. That's my prediction. So if I'm wrong, fuck. But I'm putting my reputation on it, which is mud anyway. But
Leave your residence at all that day after you got the TV or the TV man came?
After the TV repairman came, I did a little bit more work from home. I talked to a couple of friends, and then I made plans to have lunch with two friends that I frequently saw on Fridays.
that's my prediction.
Um,
Yep,
And we made kind of a last minute plan. to
within
have
2 weeks
lunch.
max.
And then I had a few errands to run.
Talking
Friends
over
to the
stuff. I'll
TV
go back.
repairman came.
Between 8 a.m. and noon.
Yes, it was between 8 a.m. and noon.
All right. And did you leave your residence at all that day after you got the TV or the TV man came?
After the TV repairman came, I did a little bit more work from home. I talked to a couple of friends, and then I made plans to have lunch with two friends that I frequently saw on Fridays. And we made kind of a last minute plan to have lunch. And then I had a few errands to run before I met them. So I did that. I picked up gas. I picked up something I needed for a party that night. And then I went to meet my friends for lunch.
All right. And do you
Also, pause. Wendi likes to be put together, right? Appearances matter. Clearly, Donna Adelson drummed that into her children, that how you look matters. Very similar to my own mother. Minus the murder part. Less murdery shit, but the rest, very similar. Very similar. Wendi went to lunch with the girls wearing sloppy, like around the house garden clothes, a little t-shirt with an owl on it. Interesting. There's another possibly coincidental link. Scuffy ballet shoes. Get the fuck out of here. Wendi doesn't go to lunch with the girls looking like dog's breakfast. She just doesn't. She had other things on her mind. She was busy packing. She was busy driving past the murder scene. Please. Please.
do
Wendi.
you know what time you left the residence that day?
I don't.
Hi, Tashi.
I guess it's somewhere around noon.
And then went and ran your errands? On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
No,
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
Very good.
All right,
This is
and
what
when you
used to
encountered
do.
a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There
I mean, it's
was
frizzy now,
some-
but
some tape.
hands.
It
Pause.
looked like the road was blocked off, and
The Wendi Adelson hands. I mean, also, trial channel. Her hair's frizzy now. Forgot the straightener. Oopsies. But here's those Wendi Adelson hands. You'll never unsee this. You're welcome. My gift to you, chat, Shorties, is to show you, point out the Wendi Adelson hands forever and ever. Amen. Here's her explanation as to why she drove past.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did.
All right, and when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something.
Was there a storm?
Some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off, and so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime, there's always trees falling and rainstorms, so pretty normal.
All right, and you weren't concerned based on that experience that there could be something going on at your marital home?
Absolutely not.
And your ex-husband,
Absolutely.
Dan Markel, had your children at that time, right?
No, he did not.
Okay, so you had your children at that time?
No, my children were at preschool at that time.
Right, but who took them to preschool that day?
Danny would have taken them to preschool.
Okay. So it was his day. He was killed on his parenting day.
It was the day he would have brought them to preschool, and I would have picked them up.
All right. Did they spend the night with him the night before?
He did.
And you hadn't seen your children yet that day when you encountered the roadblock?
On Friday, no.
Fair. Trial channel fair.
And were you on the phone when you encountered the roadblock? If you
I was.
remember? Do you remember who you were speaking to?
I do.
Who was that? You don't have to say the name, but just what type of person was that?
He was a friend. I hadn't caught up with him a long time. He'd moved to England. So I was probably a little distracted talking and catching up with an old friend.
And when you encountered, at the time that you encountered the roadblock or shortly thereafter, did you call the daycare?
No.
Did you call
Nope.
Dan Markel?
No.
Did you do anything
Shame about the
to
teeth, though, right?
reach out to any of the players that we've talked about in this case?
No.
Did you communicate to anyone
No.
that there was
Okay,
a roadblock?
no.
I didn't. I would have had no reason to do that.
Nostrils flaring.
Was Dan Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I believe so.
Where was he going?
He was going to New York.
And that's where he had a girlfriend?
That's where his girlfriend lived.
Do you know how the killers knew that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the next day?
I have no idea.
You didn't relay that information to anyone.
Absolutely not.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at the time?
I really don't know. I have it now. I don't know if I had it 8 years ago.
Did you communicate with anyone on WhatsApp or similar technology to relay any information about the murder of your husband?
Absolutely not.
No.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had WhatsApp at the time?
I have no idea.
Did you communicate with him through WhatsApp?
If I had WhatsApp on my phone, then maybe I did. I know I had friends who lived around the world. At that time, WhatsApp was more of a technology used to talk to people internationally. So I know the friend I was talking to was in England. If I had WhatsApp, I would have used it to call him.
Did you know that WhatsApp, the communications are encrypted? They cannot be retrieved by law enforcement. Were you aware of that?
I think they can be retrieved by law enforcement, but it's one of the end-to-end encryption services.
All right. And so you can't tell the jury whether you communicated through WhatsApp at all on the day of the murder?
I don't remember if I had it 8 years ago.
You did, Wendy.
We could look and
We could
figure out
look.
if I had it then, but I
Show
don't
me.
know.
All right. Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua at any time through WhatsApp?
Yep.
I never
Oh.
communicated with her at all.
When
Bullshit.
you left the residence and encountered the roadblock, where were you headed?
When I left my residence,
Pause. Bullshit, Wendy. Bullshit. Hello, Luis Rivera. I mean, he changed his testimony because previously he said that the plug was Katie to Sigfredo, not to Wendy. But oh my god, I can't wait for Monday.
I was headed to ABC Liquors to get an item that was requested for a Stock the Bar party. I was supposed to go to that Friday night.
And what
going
was
to
that
pick up-
item?
I'm sorry?
What was the item?
It was bourbon.
What type of bourbon?
Bullet bourbon. The
Did
invitation
you-
had asked specifically to bring a
The
bottle of bullet bourbon,
hands!
so I went to the store and asked them where I could find that.
And the bottle of
Lying.
bullet bourbon was in your
Lying.
vehicle when law enforcement came to interview you about this case.
Right, when I told law enforcement they could search my vehicle and signed away all my rights, yeah.
After the murder of Dan Markel, was it your practice to tell people, just acquaintances and peripheral people in your life, that he had been involved in an accident?
I don't believe so.
Do you know whether that was something that your brother told people?
I have no idea what my brother told people.
Did you ever hear your brother Charlie Adelson tell someone Dan Markel was involved in an accident?
No, I never heard that. I was just thinking, law enforcement told me when they were interviewing me that I wasn't supposed to tell anyone what happened until it was released, but
And that was just the day of?
that was the day of.
Okay. Did you or your children benefit financially from your husband's death?
Absolutely
Jeffrey
not.
Lacasse.
Was there a, did your husband have a life insurance policy?
Pause. Sorry, I talked over the top. Jeffrey Lacasse. He'll be testifying. Jeff is the GOAT. We have reviewed Jeff's previous testimony in it's in one of my playlists. The one that's I don't know, Ms. What the fuck? Can you please drop that link? The one with the trial prep one. I think it's called Donna. I'll go back, another dirty pause. I talked over the top, but Jeffrey Lacasse is the GOAT.
Enforcement told me when they were interviewing me that I wasn't supposed to tell anyone what happened until it was released, but
Ms. What the fuck?
And that was just the day of?
that was the day of.
Okay. Did you or your children benefit financially from your husband's death?
Absolutely not.
Was there did your husband have a life insurance policy?
He did have a life insurance policy.
And what was the value of that policy?
I don't know what the value of it was at the time. I do know that his sister's a custodian of that life insurance policy, and I pay taxes on that money every year, but we don't receive any of it.
What was the value of it at the time of your husband's death?
It was $1 million.
Not $2 million?
$1 million for each child.
$2 million.
Gotta pause there. I'm going to give myself a shameless plug. I have a YouTube short sidebar. We're going to be watching all of my Adelson related shorts on Kick after this stream. We'll start on YouTube and then we'll head over there. I have 86 or 87 of them. It's a whole vibe. But that little snippet there, I created a short of that moment. I called it 2 million. It's got, is it Kendrick Lamar, Money Trees? Yes, as the music background. Can't play it now because it's got music. I'll get copyright stricken. It's called 2 million. She says 2 million and it's got over 2 million views. It was wild to watch it. Let me just rant for a second. It was wild to watch that climb very quickly. It got to hundreds of thousands quickly. And then like within a couple of hours, if I recall. And then the last 75,000 to get to 2 million was a couple, like it took a little while. Now it's like 2 million and 50,000 or whatever views. It's great. You should check it out. You should come and watch the Shorty Shorts live stream we're doing after this. But that's my feather in my cap. A lot of my Adelson shorts have got 30,000, 40,000 views, but 2 million. The universe said 2 million, 2 million, 2 million. Carry on, Wendy.
All right. And did you believe prior to your husband's murder that you were the custodian of that money for the benefit of the boys?
No, we were divorced. So I was the custodian while we were married. But once we were divorced, I was no longer the custodian.
So you were aware that he had designated someone else to do that job? You didn't inquire through your attorney about challenging the designation of the sister as the custodian of that money?
I wasn't trying to challenge the designation, no.
Do you have access personally to that money?
No.
All right. What about a 401k? Did your ex-husband have a 401k when he died?
I believe he did.
All right. And are you the custodian of that money for the benefit of the boys?
I am. That's how I pay the taxes.
All right. Did he have a pension?
I don't know.
Social Security benefits?
I don't know if he had Social Security benefits as survivors my children receive.
$4.5 grand a month, right?
$4,800 a month, right?
That's right.
I know my facts.
Deferred compensation fund?
I don't remember.
$217,000. Does that sound familiar?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
What about
I don't
the
remember.
IRA? Did you have an IRA?
I really don't know.
I don't know.
$100,000?
Nope.
Very possible.
I don't
What
remember.
about a checking account?
I don't know if I assume he had a checking account.
$15,000 in there, right?
Wouldn't go to us, but sure. I imagine he had a checking account.
It wouldn't go
Sure.
to you and the boys? Where did it go?
Funeral expenses?
Okay. All right. And
Georgia?
obviously,
Like
you did
butter.
not have to maintain your divorce lawyer for any purpose after the murder of Dan Markel.
I think at that point he was trying to provide counsel for something else, but no, I didn't. I had to maintain him for a little bit just to close out the case. He had some work to do to finalize things.
All right. And was your mom able to go back to work full time once you moved to South Florida, or did she remain in this status of sort of helping with the kids a lot and working
She
part-time?
helped with the kids a lot, especially while I tried to get back on my feet and find work.
Right. Have you ever returned to Tallahassee to live after, you said you left about 2 days after the death?
I've never come back to live. I came back to give a talk, I think twice. And then I came back for a friend's wedding.
The state will prove
I
it.
came back for a friend's bar mitzvah. So probably came back 4 or 5 times since.
Right.
But
The question
not
is to reside.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cappleman. I haven't lived here
Okay.
since I left.
You've lived steady in South Florida since that date.
I have lived in South Florida.
Okay. And who has full custody of your 2 boys?
Me.
And does your mom have any
Chinja.
issues with having access to your boys, or does she have full
at
access
that.
to your kids?
I mean, there's no issues with access. No.
How often would you say your mom sees the kids?
I think it depends on the week, but
Every fucking
probably at
day?
least once or twice a week.
Bullshit.
What,
Every day.
how old are your boys now?
They're 11 and 12.
How old were they when their dad was killed?
It was 10 days before my older son's birthday, so he was almost 5. And my younger son was 3.5.
Well, gulp. She just gulped.
Did you change their legal names about a month or so after the murder?
No, not a month or so after the murder, no.
Okay. When was it done? Even sooner than that?
No, absolutely not. When I tried to put my children in school
Ugh.
and their faces had been unblurred on CNN and all across social media,
I'm
I
sorry
thought
to interrupt you, but if you'll answer my question is, when were the boys' names changed?
the boys' names were changed after I wrote a letter to Danny's family explaining why I was
Ma'am.
changing their names.
When were their names
About
changed?
a year after.
Okay, and that was when they were legally changed, July 6, 2015?
I don't
Is that
remember
right?
the date, but if you have it, that sounds correct.
Okay, so they were legally changed on that date, but just a month or so after the murder, when you were enrolling them in school, is when they effectively had their names changed.
That is not true.
And what did you change their names from and to?
I changed their last name from their father's last name to mine.
From Markel to Adelson.
That is correct.
And did you also drop the middle name of one of your boys that was a tribute to his paternal side?
It was a tribute to both families.
Did you drop it?
I did. I lost an honor to both families that day, yes.
Do you want the culpable parties in this murder held accountable?
Absolutely.
And even if it involved your own family?
Absolutely.
Do you recall giving an interview with law enforcement on the day that your ex-husband was murdered?
I recall sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours. Yes, I recall.
And did you tell law enforcement something different in that interview about the culpability of your family?
I'm sure while I sat for 6 hours completely traumatized, I said all kinds of things.
All right, and was one of the things you said while you sat for 6 hours completely traumatized that you wanted the culpable parties held accountable unless it was your family?
I don't believe I phrased it like that, and I think you're taking my words out of context, but sure.
But sure?
But sure what?
No further questions.
All right, we're going to take our break now.
Yeah, Georgia.
And so it'll be about a 10-15 minute break while you stretch your legs, use the facility.
I've got shorts of
And
all of
so,
that. I've got YouTube shorts on just about all of that. It's so fun with music and subtitles. Honestly, come along if you've got nothing else to do, or catch the replay on Kick after it'll be up for 4 weeks. Suck it, Wendi. So many good moments, Georgia. I'm going back. That was great. But sure. No further questions. And she just walks away, and Wendy's face. Watch Wendy's face. Like, watch Wendy's face. Nostrils flared. She's so big mad.
Culpable parties held accountable unless it was your family.
I don't believe I phrased it like that, and I think you're taking my words out of context, but sure.
But sure?
But sure what?
No further questions.
We're going to take our break now. And so it'll be about a 10-15 minute break. Allow you to stretch your legs, use the facilities. And so the deputy will take you back. Remember the discussion about the case or any testimony that you've heard. You can leave your pads on your chairs, and we'll be back. To
And
continue
because
the
we're
testimony in
watching
about 15
through the
minutes,
Child
okay?
channel, this should go straight to the cross.
We're ready to
Thank you,
continue
the
with
Child channel. We
testimony.
love you.
Ms. Cappleman, you may continue with your direct if necessary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adelson, I'm going to approach you with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 64.
Oh, wait. Not cross. After lunch. That's Georgia.
Adelson,
Look
did
at.
you have an opportunity to review States 99 of this containing wiretap calls relating to this case?
I did.
And as part of pre-trial preparations, were you asked to listen to those calls and verify whether or not you could authenticate some of the voices on those calls?
So I was asked not to listen to the whole call, but
Please
just
subscribe.
to listen to a few seconds, enough to be able to identify the people speaking on the calls.
And is that what you did?
That is what I did.
All right. And is State's Exhibit 64 a fair and accurate recording of where your initials appear, that representing that you could
Love the Child
authenticate
channel.
the voices on that particular call?
That is correct.
Okay, so for example, the list includes call A on State's Exhibit 99, and you've initialed here indicating that the call is
Georgia.
from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State 64.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's Exhibit 64.
No other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now we go.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Adelson.
Okay,
This
so
is all about
pause.
you. Is it-
Pause. I'm going to stop talking. And this guy, this is Christopher Lacoste, Lacoste, not Lacasse. I'm going to go back. He starts with, Mrs. Adelson, this is all about you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Adelson. This is all about you.
Excuse me?
This is all about you, right?
I was called to be a witness and I'm testifying, so I don't understand the question. Is it a question?
100 people in this courtroom, right?
There are people in the courtroom.
Possibly thousands watching, right?
I have no idea who's watching.
And it's all because of your failed marriage, right?
I disagree with that.
You disagree that your ex-husband is dead because of your family.
Yes, I disagree.
These jurors are here for weeks doing their civic duty because of your marriage, right?
No.
Katie's going through this ordeal because of that marriage,
Oh,
right?
Katie.
No.
Dan Markel's parents are going through absolute misery because of your failed marriage. Isn't that right?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, let's talk about the marriage. You and Professor Markel, you met when you were in law school. You told that to Miss Cappleman. And it was a whirlwind romance, right? Right?
It was not a whirlwind romance, no.
It led to a wedding, February 26th of 2006. You had a big wedding in Boca Raton, right?
Did we get married on February 26, 2006? Is that the question? Yes,
In Boca Raton.
in Boca Raton, Florida.
And it wasn't a small wedding. It was a big wedding.
There were many people in attendance.
All right. In this marriage, it led to 2 children, right? Your 2 boys.
Are you asking me if I have 2 boys?
Yes.
Yes.
Professor Markel, he was a great father, wasn't he?
He was a very good father, yes.
Those boys were his world, right?
As well as his work, yes.
And they adored him too, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Now, this marriage started to fall apart, right?
It did.
But there were problems from the very beginning, weren't there? Right?
Are you asking me, what is the very beginning? The very beginning of when we got married?
Literally at the wedding.
There were problems before we got married.
All right, so at the wedding, the government asked you about kosher law, right?
About what, I'm sorry?
Keeping kosher,
About keeping kosher, yes.
right?
The government
In your
asked.
wedding, at your wedding was the groom's family, the Markel family, and they are more strict than your family and friends about keeping kosher.
They do not keep kosher.
Wasn't that one of the problems in your marriage, that Professor Markel was very insistent about keeping kosher?
About his kosher rules, but those are different than his family's.
So you're saying that it wasn't a problem at the wedding, that there were people from the groom's side of the family that were there that strictly keep kosher, that they were told that it was going to be kosher food, but it actually wasn't?
So there was a misunderstanding about whether the food was going to be kosher style or more in adherence with kosher law. There was a miscommunication about that.
Wow.
So you had people that strictly keep kosher eating non-kosher food, which is a big deal.
That actually is not what happened. You had, Danny was upset that it was kosher style and not strictly adhering to kosher law. So
So
he was disappointed.
So there's problems right from the beginning.
That was a problem at our wedding, yeah.
Because of you,
Fast forward
bitch.
now to September 10th, 2012. Professor Markel, he's away on a business trip, right?
Yes,
He's in New York City at New York University, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he's doing a presentation.
I don't know what he was doing.
Your husband at the time was in New York to give a presentation. You knew that, right?
I knew he was in New York. I didn't know if he was attending a conference or giving a presentation, but he was in New York for work.
Now, you had not communicated with him for 2 days.
I really don't remember.
You text him at around 2:30 in the afternoon, right? Right before he's about to do the presentation.
What a fucking.
I really don't remember.
But you do remember dropping the bomb on him, don't you? Telling him that you wanted a divorce.
So I did not drop a bomb on him. We'd been in therapy for several months beforehand where I told him several times I wanted a divorce.
You say it's not a bomb, but you agree with me that he begged you to reconsider.
Hi, Karen.
He was very upset and yes, wanted me to reconsider, but
In that phone call, he's begging you to reconsider. Please don't leave. Please don't break up our family, right?
he was very upset, yes.
And he was heartbroken. I mean, upset indicates that there was anger. What he was
Look how mad she is. Look how mad she is. I mean, she can't do much with her eyebrows, way too much Botox. But look how mad she is. Her nostrils are flaring. She's got that, like, she's almost staring through him through her white rage. Oh, so good. So good.
was heartbroken, right?
That I decided to divorce him after telling him I would, yes.
Despite being at NYU for a presentation, he rushes home. He gets on the next flight, right?
I honestly don't remember if he got on the next flight, but he did come home quickly.
2:30, he finds out in New York. By 11 p.m., he's walking in the door to your old house at Trescott Drive, right?
I don't know.
But you do know that when he walks in the house, what he finds. You know that, right?
Yes, I left him the papers.
You left the divorce papers on the bed, right?
Yes.
Half the furniture was gone.
Half the furniture was not gone.
A good amount of his stuff was gone.
Nothing of his was gone.
The boys' stuff was gone, right?
Some of the boys' things were gone. I'd taken enough so that I had for the boys, but no,
You were gone,
I was gone. Yes.
and so were his boys.
His boys were not gone. He saw them the next day, and they would not have been awake if he's coming home at 11 p.m.
Let's stay on topic.
She's
here.
laughing
He
about
walks
it.
in the-
She's
he walks
laughing
in the
about
door,
it. Wait.
The boys are not in the house.
She's laughing about it. I'm going back by 10. Look at her. Fuck. Gleeful about what, like, that's her deepest delight. That's her remembering the way she fucking shafted her husband. What a. Ooh.
His things were gone. I'd taken enough so that I had
Look
for
at
the
it,
boys,
watch.
but no,
You were gone,
I was gone. Yes.
and so were his boys.
His boys were not gone. He saw them the next day, and they would not have been awake if he's coming home at 11 p.m.
She thinks it's funny.
Let's stay on topic here.
I'd
When
love
he
to stay on
walks in the
topic.
when he walks in the door, the boys are not in the house, right?
Correct.
And you did not tell Professor Markel where you were taking the boys. He may have seen them the next day, but you did not let him know where you were going to be staying with his boys.
With our boys? Yes.
So you agree with me that they're
Leaning
also
into the
his.
mic.
Of course they're his.
And he should be entitled to know where his wife is taking his children.
Absolutely.
That's not all you took, is it?
Excuse me?
You two had a joint checking account at Schwab, right?
We did.
And you went into that account before you dropped the bomb, and you took out half of that account, right?
Correct.
Roughly $350,000.
Half. Yes. Of our joint account.
$350,000.
I don't remember the amount, but yes.
You know that it was in the hundreds of thousands.
I really don't remember the amount, sir.
Is it that insignificant of a sum to you that you
I'm
don't
not saying it's
remember?
an insignificant sum. I'm saying I
Lies.
can't attest to the amount that was there.
I'm going to tone it down now. You were unhappy in the marriage, right?
That's why I got divorced. Yes.
And it happens. Marriages fall apart, right?
Yes.
But you complained constantly about it, didn't you?
No, I don't think I complained constantly.
To anyone that would listen.
No, that's not true.
You agree with me that you complained to the one person that would actually do something about it.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Your big brother, Charles Adelson, you complained to him about how bad Professor Markel was and how much you hated him and didn't want.
Reminder, at this point, Charlie was arrested.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Your big brother, Charles Adelson, you complained to him about how bad Professor Markel was and how much you hated him and didn't want to be in a marriage with him.
I definitely talked to my brother about how unhappy I was in my marriage. If that's the question, then yes. Is that the question?
Yes, that is a question. You talked to your brother, Charles Adelson, about how bad your marriage was.
I did, yes.
Let's talk about it. Government asked you about Charles Adelson. He's an intelligent guy, right?
He is smart.
Yeah. He's both book smart and street smart, right?
I would say so.
Pause. So this is where he's got the hard on. The last guy didn't do it. It wasn't DeCosta. This guy, Chris, so good. I think he loves Charlie a little bit, but that's okay. We all have our flaws.
You would say that he's a talker.
He does like to talk.
He's got the gift of gab, so to speak.
I wouldn't say he's the gift of gab, but he does talk.
He knows what to say in the moment.
I wouldn't say that's true either.
You would say, though, that he is. Now, you were asked questions about, drug purchasing and stuff like that. You'd agree with me that he's also street smart.
I mean, I think he has common sense.
Mm-mm.
And that he lives life to a certain extent on both sides of the track. During the day, he's doing periodontal work, whatever that is, crowns, root canals, whatever that is. He's doing that during the day. At night, he's out with friends, he's buying drugs. He's living life on both sides of the track.
I don't know about that, but he's out buying drugs.
Now, let's talk for a second about WhatsApp. And as an aside here for a second, the government asked you the question if you used WhatsApp, right? You remember that?
I remember them asking me, yes.
On the day that Professor Markel was killed, you went in for the interview, right?
I talked to the police.
And you also gave them your phone for them to inspect.
Absolutely.
So the determination of what, if any, WhatsApp was being used, they would have from the download they did that day of your phone.
Sure.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that your brother used WhatsApp?
No.
You would agree with me that WhatsApp, and you explained it well, is end-to-end encryption.
Correct.
In your lay opinion, if you can explain to the jurors just in case they don't know what that means?
I know that it's something we use at my work because essentially it has the ability to keep things more private. I also know that nothing's actually private and that anyone who wants to can uncode the messages. So that's what we tell people at our work.
So the thought is with WhatsApp, if
She's trying to charm him. She's trying to butter him up with her like delightfulness. I know, I use it too. Lol, don't use it, but you know what I mean? Like, wow. Wow. She's like, what? You're frothing over Charlie? What about me? I'm beautiful.
if I use my phone and I call somebody, the call could be listened to. If I text somebody, it's recordable, right?
I think so.
But with WhatsApp, you can send messages or have phone calls where there's no record of it.
I don't think that's true. I think there is a record of it.
But the belief and the thought, I'll withdraw that question. Your lay understanding, though, is that the footprint that it leaves is much less than that of normal communications.
I think it's different, but I think it still leaves a digital footprint that's easily uncodable.
If you were to
And
send a
Bluebird.
WhatsApp message to Ms. Cappleman, it would show that a message was sent, but it would be hard to get what the content of the message is.
I don't think that's true.
All right. Let's talk about your brother's jokes now. You don't deny that he joked about hiring a hitman.
He did.
You don't deny that he repeated this joke.
He did.
And he made this joke right before a hitman murdered Professor Markel.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. He made the joke right before, and I'll leave out the hitman part. Professor Markel was killed.
He made the joke the morning that I talked to him.
Can you think of one person in this world that would actually hire two people to go kill Professor Markel other than your family?
IDK lady.
No.
Okay.
Ms. Adelson, please
I'd
address
love
me and
to.
answer
It's
the
just it
question.
calls for an unbelievable
Wait,
amount of
I was
speculation.
talking. I'll go back. She looks at the judge for help. Help, judge, help me. I'm just a girl.
Before, and I'll leave out the hitman part. Professor Markel was killed.
He made the joke the morning that I talked to him.
Can you think of one person in this world that would actually hire two people to go kill Professor Markel other than your family?
No.
Ms. Adelson, please
Answer
please
I'd
address
love
me and
to.
answer
It's
the
just it
question.
calls for an unbelievable amount of speculation. I mean, I'm responsible for coming up with. That's the prosecutor's duty, no? To figure out who's responsible.
You just said a moment ago that you disagree that hitman killed Professor Markel. That's what you said,
No.
right? So my question to you is, if you're able to say, well, it wasn't hitman, then who? Tell this jury, who on this planet would have wanted to kill Professor Markel?
I have no idea.
All right,
Ugh.
let's get
To
into
the
that.
jury.
But I want to make sure that's clear. This joke is made right before Professor Markel is murdered, right?
The joke was made many times.
It was made right before Professor Markel was murdered. Yes or no?
Yes.
July 18, 2014, you're interviewed and you make a statement saying, I knew this would happen. You said that, right?
Mm.
I did.
All right. Now I want to talk about your knowledge and your belief on this. You're a smart person, right?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Well, let's go through your resume. You went to Brandeis
Cringe.
University, right?
I did.
You graduated magna cum laude.
I did.
If you could explain to the jury what that means.
It means I studied a lot and got good grades.
It means, and to speak, I'm from the Northeast. My Boston accent may give it away. It means you're wicked smart, right?
Wicked smart.
That's
You had a
nice.
high
Thank you.
GPA, a very high GPA.
I work hard.
You also went and you got a master's degree from the University of Cambridge.
I did.
You were a Gates Scholar.
I was.
You then go to the University of Miami School of Law, which is a top tier law school, tier 1, right?
Okay.
Right? We're talking about your level of intelligence. You went to the University of Miami Law School, right?
I did, yes.
You also clerked at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, right?
I did.
Now, to get a clerkship out of law school, it's a very difficult thing to do, right?
It's challenging.
You have to have top grades. You have to go through a rigorous selection process, right?
Yes.
You then become a professor at the Florida State University College of Law, right?
Yes.
You're also a published author. Right.
Now you're just embarrassing me.
Why are you embarrassed that you're a published author?
I don't like talking about myself.
Is it because the book that you wrote discredited Tallahassee and spoke ill of it?
The book did not discredit Tallahassee. It wasn't about Tallahassee.
Let's stay on topic and ask the question again. with
Hi,
everything that
Wesley.
we just went through. You're a smart woman, right?
I am a smart woman.
There's information about this case everywhere. You'd agree with me on that, right?
I've been advised by my lawyer not to read it.
All right. Now, we're not talking about reading stuff. There's podcasts,
Also not to listen.
TV shows,
Also not to watch.
articles.
Don't read.
And so you've made the decision. Now, you're a lawyer yourself too, right?
I am.
And you made the decision, I'm not going to look at any of this stuff.
Correct.
I don't want to know what happened to the
Bullshit.
father of my two children.
Not, I don't want to know what happened.
How can you say you love those boys if you don't care who killed the father that they loved?
Of course I care who killed the father that they loved.
Then why won't you look at the stuff?
I've been advised not to.
Are you afraid that when you look at it, you're going to realize that your brother did this?
I am not afraid of that.
Now, of course, you've, and we won't get into privileged communications, but you've spoken to your lawyer about the case.
How are we not getting into privileged communications? Yes, I've spoken to my lawyer about the case.
You're very intelligent. You have one of the top defense attorneys in the country, former federal prosecutor, John Law, right there in the blue suit, right?
He is my attorney.
You're telling me with all of this at your disposal, your intelligence, his experience, and all this information, that you don't care to find out who it is that killed Professor Markel?
This is not that I don't care to find out. My job is to take care of those boys, and that is what I do. I don't see how it helps take care of them to go reading and watching and soaking up all of the horrible information that's out there.
You don't realize that you could be helpful in finally untangling this to give this jury the truth about what happened to Professor Markel?
I have been nothing but helpful since this started.
Pause. Did you see a look at the jury? Like, can you believe this guy? Wendi, come on now.
To what happened to their son? By you looking at it, you are at the center of all of this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I spoke to
had
the
to
police
be-
for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have or know that you haven't seen?
You came here because you were subpoenaed and had no choice,
Correct.
right?
This is not fun. I would not do this by
It
choice.
is for
You've
us?
been inconvenienced.
I've not been inconvenienced.
Professor Markel was shot in the head.
I'm not complaining about being here. This is my duty. I'm here.
We'll get back to you complaining about being here. Do you honestly expect this jury to believe that you haven't confronted your brother about all of this?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you did confront him?
Yes, I do expect them to believe that I did not confront my brother because I didn't.
Or maybe you don't need to because you
Welcome
know
back,
the
Scott.
truth in this case. You already know it. That he went behind your back, right?
Did not happen.
Just like he has done with past boyfriends. He's done that in the past where he's gone behind your back when you were having problems in a relationship and dealt with it himself.
No.
Ms. Adelson, you understand that until you expose your brother what he did, that everybody's going to consider you as guilty. You understand that, right?
What is the question that you're asking me?
You understand that until you expose your brother and explain what he did, that he went behind everybody's back, they hired a hitman to murder your ex-husband, you'll remain guilty in the eyes of the world.
I can't speak to the eyes of the world. I can only know that I have done nothing wrong.
Or maybe you are guilty.
I am not guilty.
So a witness in this case, and I'm not going to get into their testimony, but one of the hitmen, the convicted hitman, implicates you. On July 17, 2014, the day before the murder, the morning before, he says that you were walking on Trescott with the two boys, that you walked down the driveway and into the house.
That never happened.
Right, because Professor Markel, I apologize, Professor Markel, he had the kids. Based on the way that your guy's schedule was, on that day, he would have had the children in the morning, and you're going through such a bad divorce, you wouldn't be at his house, right?
I wouldn't be at his house anyway, but not because we were going through a bad divorce. At that time, things were pretty copacetic.
All right, so we're coming back to maybe you do know, or maybe you were involved.
Excuse me? What's the question that you're asking me?
I'm giving you a header of what we're talking about so that it will ease you in the question, okay? I'm just telling you what the topic that we're on, so we'll get to a question. Now, the government asked you about a time that you met Miss Magbanua. It was actually spring break of March 2014, right?
I believe so.
You went down to Miami. You stayed with your brother, Charles.
I went down to Fort Lauderdale after being in Immokalee and stayed with my brother.
You then went to Miami Beach to Yardbird and had dinner outside with your boyfriend at the time, or who you were dating, Jeffrey Lacoste. Catherine Magbanua was there, and your brother, Charles Adelson, and you all ate outside, right?
We did.
And that's on Miami Beach, not in Fort Lauderdale.
Correct.
Now, just for context, Jeffrey Lacoste, he was also an FSU professor, not at the law school, but an FSU professor. Nice guy, right?
I don't think so now.
Now, you deny, I'm assuming, that on July 13, 2014, you told Jeffrey Lacoste that Charles looked into hiring a hitman. You deny that, or you admit that?
I deny that.
And that you told him that Charles looked into hiring a hitman back in September of 2013.
That never happened.
which would have been months before your brother even met Garcia Magbanua.
I don't remember when they met.
Letting you know the topic we're on, we're talking about you being involved. That same week, earlier in the week, you sent an email. We're talking about the week of the murder now, not spring break, the week of the murder, not Yardbird, the week of the murder. You sent an email to Jeffrey Lacoste saying that you wanted to break up, that you needed space, right?
I did.
Sent him a long email, stay away, we're broken up, right?
I did.
You knew that on July 18, 2014, Jeffrey Lacoste was leaving town to go on a trip, right?
I knew he was leaving at some point that week. I don't remember when.
You knew that he was leaving on the same day of the murder at the same exact time as the murder.
I don't think I did.
11 a.m. on July 18, 2014.
I don't think I knew when he was leaving town.
Bullshit.
It's a good way to put the blame onto somebody else. You'd agree on that, right?
Yeah.
If it happened, it would have been a good way to put the blame on somebody else.
I have no idea when he was going to leave town.
Your interview, July 18, 2014, you said, my brother, he joked about hiring a hitman. Perhaps that was you just planting a seed to divert the attention of law enforcement away from you.
It was not.
Let's jump off topic right now and talk about your boys' names. That in the time after the murder, you changed their last names from Markel to Adelson, right?
A year later, yes.
Why?
I was scared
Of what?
Bullshit.
of someone coming to attack them.
Bullshit.
So it's a year later, you won't look at anything because you don't want to know what's going on in the case. And the thought is, well, they're going to be protected if they have my last name and not Markel, right?
Yes.
Now, years later, arrests are made. It's clear who committed the murder, Sigfredo Garcia Luis Rivera.
Thank you.
The Adelson name has been dragged through the mud. Why haven't you continued to protect your boys and change the name back?
I will be changing. I'm not going to change the name back. I don't think that will help. One day I'll change all of our names.
Whatever. Get the fuck
The
out of
government
here.
asked you about immunity, so let's get into that. You explained that as an attorney, you understand that when the government gives a subpoena for somebody to testify, that it conveys immunity, right?
That's my understanding. My knowledge of criminal law dates back to 2003 when I took a semester in law school. So forgive me.
Graduated
This
law
isn't-
Watch
school,
more
right?
trials,
this isn't
Wendy.
my area of law.
When you clerked on the 11th Circuit, this was with Judge Jordan, right?
I did immigration appeals.
Yeah, but you still dealt with criminal stuff as well, too.
Very little.
So your understanding, though,
I
is it
didn't
doesn't
care.
mean they can't
I didn't
arrest
care.
you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
You fear being charged by them. So you need to have that protection of
I
your
don't
words.
fear being charged for a crime I didn't commit. No.
Now, y'all had this nice exchange where it was pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
They recently had your brother, Charles Adelson, arrested, and he's in custody, right?
Correct.
For first-degree murder.
Correct.
And there's no tension?
It's very uncomfortable to be here. It's hard to tell where the tension is coming from.
They've discussed your involvement in this case. They insinuated on the direct examination. There's no tension?
Lots of media insinuates that I did something I didn't do too. I can't feel tension towards every
Me.
person
It's
in the
me.
world.
That's funny. I thought you didn't look at anything.
I don't. That's why.
But you know that you know about the media, but you don't know about the media?
I know about the media because it keeps me from employment. It keeps me from lots of things in my life. I'm aware of what's there, but I don't read the minutia so I can sleep at night.
Ms. Adelson, 5 minutes ago, you said you don't look at any of that stuff.
I
Now I
don't
asked you a
look at
question.
it.
Let me finish.
Sure.
5 minutes ago, you say you don't look at any of that stuff. Now I ask you a question. You say you look at stuff.
That's not actually what I said. I said I'm aware that it exists, but I don't read it. I don't listen to it.
Then how do you know that they're bashing you?
You just told me they are.
Ugh.
I did?
Yeah.
How about this? We'll come back to it. You can think up a better answer, okay?
I'm not thinking of an answer. I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry if you don't want to listen to it.
Your basic understanding of criminal law, though, you know that if the defense gives you a subpoena, you get no immunity.
Correction, improper question.
I'm not going beyond that question.
All right, that's the only question you can ask him that.
If I give you a subpoena, you don't get immunity, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about your parents. The government asked you about your mother and father, Donna and Harvey, right? The government could do the same and subpoena them so that this jury
Thanks,
can
Dad.
watch them get questioned, not nicely how Ms. Cappleman questioned you, but to be cross-examined by me.
Objection, improper question.
I'm going to sustain that. Ask a different question.
Are your parents here in Tallahassee right now?
No.
Are they back in Miami?
They're
Yes.
hiding.
Do they have any plans of coming here this week or next?
I don't think so.
Your family dynamic. It is your mother and father, Harvey and Donna. There's you, you're the youngest, Charles, and then the oldest, Robert. Right?
Correct.
And he's a doctor up in New York.
Correct.
Now, the government asked you about the relationship, and you're like, we don't talk much. It's actually much deeper than that with Robert, isn't it?
We don't talk
At all.
at all.
And the reason is because your parents were so difficult about the woman that is now his wife.
That is not the reason why we don't talk.
Poor Rob.
I'm not talking about the reason why you don't talk. Let me clarify the reason why your parents don't talk to him.
That's not the reason why they don't talk to him.
Are you saying to this jury that there wasn't a problem where they outright objected to his marriage of a woman that was not of the Jewish faith?
That was initially what happened, and then there was actually a beautiful reconciliation, and they're very happy about the marriage.
Robert and his wife, not your family.
Yes,
Robert and his wife and our family were very happy about Robert's marriage.
So what happens is that Robert is in love with a woman. Your parents object. He breaks up with her and then dates a Jewish woman, right?
And then they got married and divorced, and then he got back together with the person he wanted to be married to. Yes.
With his true love.
So condescending.
But there was a lot of tension in your family because of your family's involvement in the kids' marriages, right?
Yes.
Let's talk briefly about your children. The government had asked you in the
It's
topic
almost
of
over.
the Jewish faith, keeping kosher. You mentioned a bat mitzvah at one point in time. You're currently planning a bat mitzvah for your oldest, right?
No, it already happened.
Okay, now that is a very, Christopher, I'm obviously not Jewish, but my understanding is that it is a very, very important thing in the Jewish faith.
It's a very important milestone.
And for those that are very conservative in the Jewish faith, those that keep kosher, so to speak, it's even bigger.
I don't know that it's more important to one segment of Judaism over another, but it's an important coming of age ceremony.
It's where a boy becomes a man. Did you invite Dan Markel's parents, the kid's grandparents?
I did.
Liar.
You invited them.
I invited them, yes.
When was the last time they saw face to face?
And she uninvited them.
April 20th,
Of this year?
just now.
And you agree with me that it had been years since 2016, since the last time they had seen them.
The visit stopped when they threatened to put my children in foster care, yes, but up until that point, they did have visits.
Right,
You
Veronica.
have no problem letting them see your brother Charles, right?
I'm sorry?
You have no problem letting them hang out with your brother Charles, who's now sitting in custody for first-degree murder.
Oh, they can't see him now, can they?
No, they can, but I'll ask the questions. For years, they weren't able to see their grandchildren despite their
They
pleading
weren't.
to you to see
Yes.
them. But you let them, let me finish, but you let them hang out with your murdering brother, right?
The children were permitted to see their grandparents. I cooked for them.
Bullshit.
We had play dates. They
Bullshit.
had sleepovers.
Bullshit.
When a letter surfaced that they were trying to have my children placed in foster care, the visits stopped. My brother never threatened to put my children in foster care, and if he had, the visits would have stopped with him too.
You say you love your boys.
I do say I love my children.
Don't care about the father that they love. What
I
happened?
never said that I don't care about the father that they
Then look
love.
at some of the discovery and help figure it out.
Excuse me?
Then look at some of the evidence and help figure it out so that more lives aren't ruined by this.
I seem to
Mr.
not
DeCosta,
understand.
you need to ask a question now. You're making
So
statements now. You
good.
need to ask a question.
Understood, Your Honor. If I could have one brief second to check with co-counsel. Ms. Adelson, we started this by saying that this is all about you. It started with you because of this marriage, right?
No.
She's so bad.
Well, you would try to say that, but I don't agree.
Ms. Adelson, I'm going to make one final attempt through questions to
great.
implore you. You understand that you can't protect your brother Charles, who's going through this case, and protect yourself at the same time. You understand that, right?
I'm here to share the truth with you. I don't know how to answer the question.
Then please end the madness and share the truth. Will you please share the truth with this jury?
I've been sharing the truth since I walked in here. I've done nothing but share the truth.
You know what happened here, despite your claims to the jury that you haven't looked at anything, you haven't discussed with anybody, and you haven't confronted your brother. You know what happened here, right?
I do not know what happened here, and if I did, I would have shared it with the police 8 years ago.
You know that your brother went behind your back, don't you?
I do not.
Like he always does. This is something that he has always done,
It is
isn't it?
not.
You found out after that your brother had done this and gone behind your back. That's why you were thrown up at that dinner, right?
No, it's not.
You know that it didn't involve Katie either, right?
I don't know anything about
If you're not going to say all of that and finally give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Fascinating.
because I'm not guilty.
Ooh.
Brief moment.
Oh, drink that water, Wendy. She's so mad.
You were asked about the reason why you stopped contact for a period of time between your ex-husband's parents and your children.
Yes.
And you referenced a letter that you characterized as the grandparents threatening to put the children into foster care. Is that an email that was sent from the Markels to my office?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to, in the event that you and the people that care for these children, who at the time were very young, were arrested, that the grandparents wanted to make sure, because they live in Canada, right?
They do.
They wanted to make sure that a specific organization could be contacted
Yes,
to
Queen
care for the
Georgia.
children, so that someone was there to care for them until a relative could get there.
I don't
Right?
remember the bit about a relative getting there.
Okay, well, they weren't just going to leave them in foster care, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But the
Obviously.
specific nature of the email, you will agree, was in the event that there's some kind of mass arrest, because they don't know who's getting ready to go to jail next, right? I mean, they're not privy to the
TikTok,
investigation
Wendi.
any more than you are,
Bye.
right? Law enforcement investigations, they're secret.
Sure.
Okay. And their concern, would you agree the concern ultimately in the email was for the care of the children?
The concern was to make sure the children were under good care, but as their mothers, I know they're always under good care with me.
Right, but
And there's no
the
need for
email
foster care.
contemplated you not being available to care for them.
That's not possible.
Because it's not possible for you to get arrested.
Correct. Because I've done nothing wrong and I believe in our justice system.
Okay. Well, just wanted to clarify the nature of that. In this case, you were asked about, why aren't your parents coming to testify? You, as you mentioned, gave a police interview in this case, right?
Correct.
And consented to the search of your phone, etc. You gave testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
All right. And your parents did not, correct?
They did not give testimony.
They have not testified. They have
been
not
asked
given a
to
police.
come testify, but they would if they were asked.
Okay. And have they given any police interviews?
They would have, but the police never contacted them.
The police did contact them, didn't they? And they refused.
No,
Are they represented by counsel?
they are represented by counsel.
And they'll come testify if we wanted to.
If they are under state subpoena, just like I was, they would come testify.
All right.
They're going to plead the
And do you know what they would testify to?
They would testify to whatever they know.
And do you know what they know?
I have no idea what they know.
Okay. They've never told you.
No.
You've never asked them.
No.
Because you never had any conversations with them about this murder.
I've been advised by my counsel not to.
All right. So nobody,
can't
including
breathe.
your brother Charlie, has admitted or denied to you any involvement in the murder, one way or the other.
Correct.
Same with your parents.
Correct.
All right. One moment, please, Sharon.
I have a short on that bit too. We're going to watch it.
Nothing
Oh my
to
God, we can
Or
relive
subject to recall.
so many of these moments.
No, sir. She's free to go about her business.
All right. You're free to go.
Oh,
Thank
for
you.
now. TikTok, Wendi. Woo! That was so good. Oh, huge. Look at her strutting out the court in the same bloody outfit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, the Trial Channel, for your amazing work. Wait, what am I doing? Gonna get rid of that before I go. So that was so good. Monday is going to be so good. She was on 1.1, but so that's not that fast, huh? She rocketed it out of there. Oh my goodness. That was so good. Oh, and don't get me wrong. The murder, like this case is tragic. Wendi is laughable. TikTok Wendi, right? Holy shit balls. I'm not streaming it live, Yogi. I work full time in Australia, and so this now for me is my Sunday. So I can only stream on Saturdays and Sundays my time, which is Friday, Saturday nights your time. But we'll be doing recaps. We're going to be doing some best of moments, and then after the trial's over, we'll definitely be going over some of the key testimonies in detail like this. So, but thank you for joining. We'll see you next time, huh? Yes, Madeline, that's what I thought. I thought we would get a warm up. Now, if you would like to watch Wendy's testimony in Charlie's trial, there's a bunch of ways to do it. My first recommendation would be the Trial Channel. The Trial Channel has Wendy's testimony there in a playlist on her channel, so go and subscribe and watch it. If you want some of my crazy commentary, we reviewed it's in the description box of this particular live stream in 2 parts. It's called Wendi Bot because she's just like a robot. There's the Trial Channel, and then you'll get my delightfulness with reviewing her testimony. So that was fun. I have a couple of playlists, but this playlist is we're going to head on over in a few minutes. There's a portal already set up. So if you want to stick around, we're going to go to YouTube for a little minute. And of course, the trial channel, we always shout you out. We're going to go to YouTube for a little minute and just check in with everybody. Then we'll head over to Kick and we'll be watching all of my 87 Adelson related shorts. So many of those zinger moments that we just watched over the last 4 hours. Yikes, time flies when you're watching Wendi be a lying McLiar. Plus a bunch of Charlie Adelson ones. There's Georgia features heavily. So good. So come on over and we'll watch that together. My pleasure. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to all my beautiful friends who gifted out memberships, new members, super chats, super stickers. If we don't see you in the Kick stream, I'll see you all next weekend. TikTok Wendi, you're fucking next. Monday's going to be an absolute blast. I have a feeling that Wendy's going to be on the stand for even longer this time because there's some impeaching to do, some voiding, some null and voiding of that derivative use and use immunity of Wendi. Because bye-bye. Yes, Britt, go back and catch the replay after, but come on over to Kick now. Well, YouTube first. Let's go out with Chatty's Bay. I love you all very much. Full justice for Dan Markel includes Wendi Adelson. Donna's going down 2 weeks. Stick a pin in it. 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks of Donna's conviction, I predict Wendi will be arrested. Boom. Boom. Stick a pin in it. I love you all very much. Thank you, Ms. What the Fuck. Thank you, mods. I'll see you in a minute. Peace.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's the whole thing. Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause chat is babe.